are strongly advised to take the necessary precautions. Seas slight to moderate, waves 1.0 to 1.5, occasionally up to 2 meters in open waters, and calm in sheltered areas. It is currently 33 degrees Celsius in Piako and 32 degrees Celsius in Crown Point. And now for a recap of our headlines. The government says it has no plans to take over Liat. No mask for students when schools reopens. Bar owners get further warning from the Prime Minister. And internationally,
English pub owner installs electric fence to keep customers at a safe distance.
You've just heard our 7 a.m. news on the street 919 FM and online at iWa TV. Stay tuned for Tobago News at 9. I am Sharon Felix.
And I'm Jason Thomas.
Good morning.
PNM, you know it was a lie. What you did to me was a sin. Just like that, you deceived me. And now, I cry because you have failed me. How dare you look for me after you betrayed me? Now, I have to walk away. I found the way to forget you.
Another one. PDP are the best. People before politics. Yeah.
Tell me why, oh why PNM makes you cry every night. I don't know why, oh why. I think you're too loyal.
Under the PNM whip, I still hear them say, them is die hard PNM till a dead. Is this the same PNM we give we hell? We make we go down on we knees and beg. Everything them ask for Tobago, we give them PNM, THA and central government. But yet still, we can't catch ourselves. Sea bridge, air bridge, agriculture debt. Taxpayers wanna know where 40 billion went. How much gone in the pocket of PNM friends? Cause all we see, the chief with a new BM, few bucks, Jane and a little pavement.
Tell me why, oh why. Do you ride, do you stick by the side? PNM makes you cry every night. People, I see the pain in your eyes and don't know why. Oh, why? Oh. Tell me why you. I think you're too loyal. I think you do too much. PNM does nothing for you, girl. They're not real. That ain't the way love's supposed to be. PNM is not the one for you. What's in you, PDP will show you.
PDP are the best. God never get to beg or more than we can take. Great exodus from this PNM wilderness. What's the night with the hammer? Crumble the PNM empire. PDP, the long-awaited savior. The mandate from the people will deliver. Page in Webster, page in Champa. This is the end of your tenure.
Tell me why, oh why. PNM makes you cry every night. I don't know why, oh why. I think you're too loyal.
Just now wait. PDP, within a few years, look how much we cover. PNM 63, yet Tobago suffer. Tobago age is just a number. Tobago vote them out of power. PDP swim the whole ocean fire. Just to make a statement that you deserve better.
I found the way to forget you.
Tobago don't cry no more, no more. PDP will take care of you. Tobago don't cry no more, no more. PDP will take care of you. Whoa. Yeah. One love is the anthem.
Let me see your hand them, hand them, hand them. Let me see your hand them.
I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher.
We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is there. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air and represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent, represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the One love is the
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight, we gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight, so let me see your hand.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my goodness, good morning, all of you. My name is Tasha Grace Boris, PDP candidate for Tobago West, and today is Talk the Things Tuesdays. This is Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2020, and the countdown is on to election 2020. I am here on the street 91.9 FM, in your homes and on your radios and online and on my live. Thank you guys for joining me early this morning. The weather is very cool today, which is good because we had a lot of hot sun yesterday. I was out on the trail from the time I got off the radio till maybe about after 9 last night, and the sun was blazing. So it's nice to come to the studio. It's cool this morning. Thank you guys for joining me online. Thank you guys for joining me, as I said, on your radios, in your cars, on your way to work. I am just happy to be here. Today is Talk the Things Tuesdays. And you know, I'm going to admit something to you guys. Usually when I come on radio, I have no clue what I'm going to be speaking about. Not one idea. I just let the spirit move me in everything that I do and say. I hardly ever prepare a script. I don't really write speeches for myself or for anybody else. Everything that you hear from me resides someplace in me, and it's just bubbling to come out. So depending on my interactions with people as I meet them on the road, wherever I meet them, whatever they are doing, whatever needs to be said always ends up eventually being said. So I need to welcome all of you who religiously get up at 7 a.m. to ensure that you are online and listening as soon as I start on the radio. I must thank Mr. Watson Duke and the Progressive Democratic Patriots for allowing me this platform and this forum to be able to have my voice be heard across Tobago and across Trinidad and in the wider world. The reality is that we need more voices, and we need more positive voices in the atmosphere. You notice that I play my special song every morning. That's the indication that I'm coming on, because that is the song that reminds me of why I'm here. I am here to represent. I'm not here to preen. I'm not here to pose. I'm not here to run up your phone bill. I am here to represent you. And I would not exist if my purpose was not to represent you. And in everything that I do, I aim to be a true reflection of the best that Tobago has to offer. In everything that I do, I aim to be a true reflection of the family that I have come from. I aim to be a reflection of the environment that I grew up in. My family name brings me much pride. Boris. For those of you who don't know my family, the Boris family came from Palatavere. And I have a number of relatives still there and across Tobago and across the wider world. I also have large family pockets. We're related to the Edwards and the Osmonds and the Fredericks on my father's side, right? We are related to the Lynches. On my mother's side, we're related to the Joe Fields and the Thomases in Mary's Hill and the Charles from Mary's Hill and the Brizans from Plymouth. Good morning, my Brizan clan. That is the families. Those are the families that have made me, that have molded me into the person that I am today. And I'm related to a number of other persons across Tobago, persons who I hold near and dear in my heart. And when I think about representation, I think about representing them, my family, and not just my blood family. Tobago is my family. Every single one of you, I consider my brothers and sisters. I care for you. And if we start caring for each other, if we start caring for each other again, God knows where we can go as a people. I was on my way to the studio this morning and thinking about my father. I don't know if he's listening, but he usually is listening every morning. Good morning, Daddy. And he took me out yesterday as we finished the show, and he has been taking me around, meeting older persons and being able to gather wisdom from our elders, because that's so very important. A lot of young politicians run into this politics thing and they don't ever seek guidance from the people who went before. And one of the first things my father did when I came to him and said, well, look, Daddy, I might want to get into the politics. He said to me, you know what, well, if this is what you're going to do, I'm backing you 1,000%. That's one. And two, I need to take you around to the people that went before you, because you need to understand exactly what you're getting into. And people assume that politics is just about the flash and the cameras and the bacchanal and the picong and the platform and all of these nice things. But that's not what politics is about. Politics has always, and it will always ever be, about people. So I had the privilege for my father to take me around to some of these elder statesmen and elder stateswomen in our island who paved the way for me to be sitting where I am sitting today and standing where I stand when I do stand. And those people still have so much to give. Those people love their island. Those people gave their lives to ensure that we could stand, this Tobago, we people could stand side by side with those on the other side. They fought for us. They have been fighting for us. The blood that runs through their veins is the blood of this soil. The navel string are buried right here. They never left. They never left. And sadly enough, we have treated them so poorly in their twilight years. Imagine some of them are not even collecting a pension for all the contributions that they made to the Tobago House of Assembly and in building that institution before those who are in there right now made a mess of it. But for all the work that they did in building that institution, they are not even collecting a pension in their old age. And that is wrong. And that needs to be corrected. And for all them newcomers who are acting like if they built that house and they don't know where the bricks passed to build that house. They don't know where the cement passed to build that house. They don't know where the galvanized come to build that house. They don't know where the wood and the lats and the nails and the screws and everything else came to build that house, that THA house. And they're acting like if they own it. They're acting like if it only belongs to them. that they've locked the market on leadership and governance in this country, that nobody else deserves a chance to do better than what they've been doing. Those people who left up to them would erase the history of how that house came to be built. Don't you think a monument should sit at the front of that assembly chamber in dedication to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Murray? The guys who were the founders of that house? There's a generation of young people who know nothing but P&M rule on this island. And if you ask them about their history, ask them who started the Tobago House of Assembly, ask them about the first assemblymen and women, they are hard-pressed to name one or two. But the people who are there now, who are acting like if that house belongs to them, when all they have done is inherited the institution, and they have brought it down to nothing. That's what they've done. They've brought it down to a den of bacchanal and corruption. That's what they've done. They've taken an august institution, and according to the old people, make it like folklore. That's what they've done. And you never hear them mention the people who went before them. You never hear them mention the people who fought. And funny enough, it was their party that fought against the formation of the Tobago House of Assembly. Talk the things. Talk the things. They fought against that institution. They didn't want it. They fought against us getting that range, that 4.03% to that 6.9%. They will never tell you that. They will never tell you that, because they have been fortunate that others put in the hard work before them, and they were able to go in there and enjoy the results of that hard work. And instead of building upon that foundation, instead of doing better than those who went before them, instead of standing as an example of what a good old-fashioned Tobago education should do and give you, you know what they do? They pick up an alien thing. Tobago never know about corruption. Yeah, we know about, you take two little shovel of sand from your neighbor or something, small thing. We never knew about corruption. We never knew about victimization. But you know what they did? They opened the door for those cancers to infect our vulnerable institutions on this island. That's what they did. They allowed their party to come in and infect our institutions. And I stand ashamed this morning. I stand very much ashamed. Because when I hear of the type of victimization that is taking place at the level of the THA, you guys should be run straight out of town. No turning back, no looking back. You have caused people to give up their voices for nothing, because all you are giving people nothing out here. Let me talk the things. I must vote for you because you give me a food card, but a suffering right through. I cannot get a work. I cannot get access to good jobs. I'm a roads in a mess, healthcare in a state, education system going God knows where. You are responsible for all of this. And you think a food card should buy my loyalty for 4 years? That's what you think? That we have contract workers working in different divisions of the Tobago House of Assembly, going above and beyond the call of duty, but if they ask for 1 hour, 1 hour grace to do something, is all kind of headache and stress. But others are allowed to come and go as they please because they are the chosen ones. They can say and do what they please. And you who good and working hard, if somebody don't like your crap or smoke your pipe, I taking a yana words, crap or smoke we pipe long time. And it's always the reason that crap or smoke we pipe. Let me talk the things. Let me talk the things. I'm not afraid to talk. If it's one thing that the Lord blessed me with, is a voice and a fearless spirit. Everything that I say to you comes from Him. I take no credit for none of my words. Because everything that I do comes from with everything that I need in this journey. He buried in me. He planted in me as a seed, and that seed has blossomed into a tree. And you are seeing the fruits of that tree. Let's talk the things, Tobago. Let me give you the numbers to call, because I just don't want to be talking the things alone. I could talk from my experiences, but I want to hear your experiences. This is your show today. The number to call is 717-9591. That number again is 717-9591. Call in, let me talk the things together. If you want to send me a text message, that number is 734-6355. Right? Let me talk the things. Today's Talk the Things Tuesdays. So I was talking about the fact that we have allowed these people to infect Tobago with a cancer. With 2 cancers. And the names of those cancers are corruption and victimization. They are an old, ugly, married couple. When did we fall so far? When did we think it was okay to start to steal taxpayers' money? They talk about covetousness. I grew up hearing my father talk about covetousness. You ever hear that word before? Yeah, I mustn't belong for people thing. To steal was probably one of the greatest sins you could commit. Right? We have a caller on the line. We lost our caller. Can you please call back? I want to hear you talk the things this morning. My father spoke about greed and covetousness. I heard those words growing up, and it's almost like being greedy is the worst thing in the world to be. To steal what does not, to take what does not belong to you. That says so much about your character. You are the worst thing out. And these persons have presided over some of the worst things that we have seen in our Tobago space for the longest while. Let it own that. You're telling big people that every month or every 2 months you were sending money to an account in England. That is what you're telling big people. Let me go down the road of logic for a second. You're telling big people that every month you were preparing documents to send money to an account in England for a flight that the THA was paying for, that taxpayers' money was paying for. And one particular month, somebody sent, whether it be on a piece of paper, they send the information, whether they get email from a fake address, whatever it is, somebody say, hey, don't send that money to the account I was always sending it to. Send it to this next account. And you're telling me that that didn't raise a flag with nobody made a phone call, nobody tried to verify the truth to that information, that somebody just went ahead and effected a payment of taxpayers' funds to a strange account. And the money gone. We don't know who the account belonged to. We don't know who took the money out of the account. None of this information is available to us. Nothing. The amount of documentation that it takes to even just open a bank account. The only thing that the banks don't ask for is a blood sample. Right? And you're telling me that an entire department, an accounting department that has checks and balances every step of the way, that everybody along that line fell down up to the level of the whoever the administrator was that signed off on that payment. Talk the things. There are reasons why public officers are the public accounting officers. Because the public service has systems. And up to now, no one can give us an explanation as to at what point in that chain did something fall down to lead to the result that took place. And nobody, to this day, nobody can come and tell me somebody has been arrested, somebody has been charged, they have traced the money, they know who took it, that person has been arrested where they are at, they know the persons who they were in cahoots with on our side, those persons have been arrested, those persons have been charged, we know all the persons who aided and abetted this thing. You can't tell me that nobody to this day is being held responsible for that. Talk the things. That is taxpayers' money. That is not the THA's money. That's not coming out of the secretary's pocket. It's not coming out of any one of their pockets. That is your money. That is my money. And I want to know where my money gone. Not where the money gone. Where my money gone. That is my money. That is my money. And when we start to own the things that belong to us, including the treasury, including the patrimony of this nation, including our resources, and including our own strength and our own voices, is when no politician could come in an election cycle and pretend to you they didn't do the world a bad by trying to buy you with a $300 in a jersey and a bottle of white oak and a food card. Talk the things. When they come in your yard, talk the things. Ask them where my money gone, because it is your money. It is our money. That we can pay the fee for an artist to show up for our jazz or our something resembling jazz, because it's more something else than jazz most times. And all kind of excuse, oh, grandfather died and all kind of thing. How much years down the road? 3-4 years down the road, money can't pay back. Talk the things. $430,000. That's the figure. I stand to be corrected. Anybody who knows better than me, throw up the figure in my comments. But $430,000. Or TT. Better be TT. Had better be TT. Somebody give me the figure. In any case, money went. Money was paid for this person to come and provide a service. And whether the person was contracted in the way they should have been contracted or not, whether that person, that attempt to hire that person went through a third party, I need you to tell me where my money gone. Talk the things. And you know, it's the sad thing about Tobago, a sad thing that you all have given birth to in this island, is that when you start to speak up, you're a troublemaker. You're rocking the boat. That's not your business. You should not ask any questions. Well, I am a taxpayer. I am a constituent. I vote. I have voted in every election since I turned 18. So you account to me. I have every right to demand answers from you. That is why checks and balances are in place. And if you fall down on the job, then you need to stand the consequences and repercussions of that. And for far too long, the PNM-led THA has been falling down on the job. They have been falling down on their jobs. They have been charged with the responsibility of making this island great. And what have they done? They have brought us to our knees. That's what they've done. They've brought us to our knees begging. They are responsible. I lay the blame squarely at your feet, PNM-led THA. I lay the blame squarely at your feet. Gone are the days when big men and big women could express their opinions. Gone are the days when big men and big women could be assured that if I give a suggestion, that it would be taken in the spirit and intent in which it is given, which is to make all our lives better. Gone are the days when people went to work and they felt good knowing that I'm being listened to, that I'm being respected, that people actually look at me as their equal. You know what has happened now? Eat your biscuit and shut your mouth. or else we don't renew your contract. Watch this piece of corruption pass across your desk and don't say nothing, because we gonna lick you up. You're gonna be outside and begging. Close your eye when you see all the wrongdoing happening, because if you only talk there, we mash you up. You will get nothing again. You will eat grass, and that eating grass that come from me, that come from all you. Dr. Eric Williams said that Tobagonians will eat grass. Talk the things. George Chambers said that he will show Tobagonians what a prime minister looks like. Talk the things. And 2020 in July, Dr. Keith Rowley said he will not give Tobagonians a pass if they vote for Watson Duke. Does the PNM have an old man logic complex that dictates that the old men in charge of their party could tell Tobagonians what to do and where to get off all the damn time? What is all your problem with Tobago? That you all feel that you all can leave Trinidad and all you have all the issues down there, all you don't even want to fix all your own house. Somehow all you're always looking over in Tobago to tell Tobagonians what to do, how to act, how to breathe, how to look, what to wear, where to go, where to jump, how high. What is all your problem? What is your problem with Tobago PNM? Because it had to be a PNM thing. Because before PNM came in Tobago, Tobago was our love. We didn't have much, we didn't have much money, we didn't have much development, but it was our love on this island. When all you come and all you get elected, it wasn't our love no more, it was all you. Everything was all you. Friends, family, finances, the 3 Fs. That's all you care about. Friends, family, finances. To hell with the rest. To hell with the rest of us. That is what you have demonstrated over the last 20 years. To hell with the rest of Tobago. Once we fix with business, we good. And if it means that 99% of those who live on this island have to suffer to ensure that the 1% are all you stay entrenched in power, the rest are we go suffer. That is what you've said to Tobagonians over the last 20 years. That you're acting now that by giving people 3-year contracts, 1 and 2 year contracts would be a thing of the past. It was a thing of the past because it never existed. Under Ho Choi Charles, people used to get 3-year contracts. We never used to hold people to ransom with month-to-month contracts. That is wickedness. What a man could do with a month-to-month contract. Knowing fully well that vacancies exist. Knowing fully well that people are qualified and capable and able to do the jobs. And they show up every day religiously with a month-to-month contract. You don't even have the benefit of sick leave. If something happens to you, you don't get paid if you have to stay away from work. Talk the things. Talk the things, Tobago. It is time enough that we stand for something or we will fall for anything in this place. Right? That is why I am here. Because I am not afraid. If you don't want to talk the things out loud, whisper in my ears, I could talk the things for you. Because I am not afraid to talk the things. I am not afraid of what is going to happen after the 10th of August. Because I know I never beg nobody for a job in my life. Every job I've had in my life, I have sent in an application, I have applied, I went to an interview and I was selected and I performed. I could talk the things. Tobago has become a place where our young women, instead of focusing on being qualified and hoping to be given a fair chance to apply for a job and get through, as the old people say, Tobago has become a place where people have to lie down on their back to get a walk. I go talk the things. We have a call on the line. Good morning, caller. Caller, good morning. Morning.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I'm hearing you. Good morning.
Good. I'm calling from New York.
Okay, welcome.
Good. I'm looking at you right now.
Nice.
Here what happening. I was born and grew in Tobago.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I know you. I'm from Castara.
Oh, interesting.
I know all the Boris family.
Great.
Tobago is, let me tell you what happening. You know when you're feeding someone with white rice for 50 years or 5 years, they're happy with it. As soon as you bring rice and peas and meat and lentil peas and red bean and you give them that, they're totally different. They're so accustomed to white rice that if you keep feeding them white rice every day, they're happy with it. But as soon as you change up their meal, they start asking, what is this? What is this? We never had this before.
Right.
So that's what the PDP is right now. They are the different meal. That's what Tobago need. And we don't need any more white rice. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for calling. I get right before he called, I drop a thing because I like to talk the things, because sometimes you just have to get it out of your system. You have to come out of your soul. I have a daughter. She is 9 years old. And I want to live in a Tobago where my daughter can grow up and she can go to school, she can get her subjects, and she could walk into any organization and apply for any job that she's qualified for. And that when she walks into that organization, that a man who may be there as the hiring person, or if she decides to go into the Tobago House of Assembly, that a politician who is in charge of that particular division is not watching her and telling her you had to pass something to get through here. I will talk the things. Some all you're working with all your rapists. Let's talk the things. Some of you all know fully well that you did not get your jobs because of your qualifications. You got your jobs because of the job that you could do on your back. And that should not be. We should not be living in a Tobago where that culture is allowed to flourish. That is reprehensible. That is disgusting behavior. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time I've heard about it. That we have allowed these politicians to mash up the things that make us good and great in this Tobago here. Why are we doing that? Why are we allowing that? And you know what is the sad thing about this? Some of these young women, sadly, take pride in knowing that that is what they did. Take pride in knowing that they walk around strutting themselves as if they have power over everyone else in their organizations. But you're doing yourself a disservice. You're doing your fellow females who you work with a disservice. That is what you're doing. Because people who are employed in organizations to do a job should be the best of us. They should be the best persons to get the job done. And it shouldn't be because I know somebody, or me and somebody good, or me and somebody and their family good, or I could do the job on my back better than the job that I get paid to do. And that is why I'm still there. I will talk the things. Because I want to grow up in a Tobago where my daughter will not be propositioned by a politician for certain kinds of favors just to be considered for a job. Right? We don't get jobs on merit anymore, it seems. We don't get jobs on merit. And that we belittle ourselves as women in the workplace when we allow these men to take advantage of us. When we allow these systems that they have created parallel to the systems that should be the only systems that are working, to infect the thing that was there before, that was fear before, for everyone across the board. Let us go back to the place of fairness. Let us go back to the place of an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Let us go back to the days of people applying and you are picking the best for the job because they have presented themselves as the best for the job. And you give them fair chance to perform. You give them the tools that are necessary for them to work, the resources, you train them. You teach them. You impart wisdom unto them and you let them go to perform their jobs without fear or favor. And at the end of the tenure, you fairly appraise them. That was the way. That was the system. Let us go back to the system that worked. Let us go back to the system that people knew worked for them because it was fair. I go talk the things. You all talk the things too. I know the things talking in quiet corners and dark bars and whispered in certain ears. But I'm not afraid to talk the things, because sometimes we people, we need a dose of truth. That's what we need. We need a dose of truth in this place. I'm not afraid to speak power to truth because it's the truth I'm talking. I go talk the things. I'm not calling nobody name. But there are people out there who are quietly listening to me that know that this is their circumstance. And there are some of you that you could not do any better. There are some of you, you felt you had no way out. There are some of you, you felt you had no options. You have your children to feed. You are a single parent. You have bills to pay. Some of you had no choice. And you have been made victims. And I'm saying that we need to go back to the place where we do not create victims of our own people. Because we have been creating victims of our own people for far too long. We never knew about corruption and victimization on this island. I will talk the things. And the kind of arrogance that we have seen from the people at the very top to the very plight of the smallest among us. Do they really honestly care about you? They tell you, come back to the loving arms of the PNM. Those arms are hateful arms. I go talk the things. Because how you go watch your own people and put them on a month-to-month contract? How you go watch your own people and owe them gratuity for 2 and 3 contract periods, but buy a brand new vehicle to drive around in? How will you watch your people suffer for basic supplies in the hospital, whether it be reagents to test blood or mentholated spirits to sterilize equipment or simple surgical masks? How would you watch your own people suffering to do the job, but know that they come out every single day religiously because they have taken an oath higher than any oath that you have taken? And it's obvious that you break your oath every day as a politician because you say without fear or favor. But I go emphasize on the favor part because only who you know and like does get through. And you're not afraid to put who you know and who you like there. That is where the fear and favor come in. You don't afraid nobody and you're doing what you want. Crap or smoke everybody else pipe. How you go watch people religiously show up to jobs every day knowing fully well that you are responsible for the lack of resources in that place. In that place that makes it impossible for them to do their jobs, but they show up every single day because the citizens of this island depend on them to show up. I'm talking about our doctors and our nurses. I hear your cry. And you can't even speak up. You can't even speak up for fear of victimization. You can't say anything that aside from having the stress of doing your job, there's the stress of your silence, your forced silence. And that you know all you want to do is use your voice to improve your lot, improve the lot of the people that you are serving, that you show up religiously every day to serve. I have to give kudos to our medical personnel. Because I can't imagine how stressful that environment could be. That is a stressful environment to work in, knowing fully well that you get up every morning excited to serve, excited to be of service, because that is what you signed up to do. And then when you get to work, somebody's stressing you. You complain about not having the resources to work. But somebody's literally telling you make gold out of hay. Your name Rumpelstiltskin? No. That we have officers who have been on contract still waiting after all this time for their gratuity payments. Right? Imagine that. That people have to beg for what is due to them at the end of their tenure. And because the cost of living is increasing every day, by the time you get paid your gratuity, $50,000 come like 20. The power of your dollar no longer exists. It has been eroded by the passage of time. When they owe you, do they pay you interest? No. But when you owe the government, if you don't pay when you're supposed to, penalties. Is that fair? Governments are supposed to work for the people, not against the people. Governments are supposed to facilitate the growth and development and the progress of our people, not keep them down and oppressed and silenced. Governments have a huge responsibility. And that is why I take my responsibility seriously. I am not coming in this to fail. That oath that I plan to take as a parliamentarian, I plan to uphold it every single day of my tenure. And every single day after, because that is the life that I live. I treat people with respect because we all deserve respect. I seek to earn the respect of others, not demand it. I leave people to judge me based on my actions. And I hope that in all my interactions with the people that I come across with, that they can see my heart, that they can see who I am. I am not afraid to be me and be very, very real. It's time to talk the things, Tobago. Good morning, Sean. I feel like if you want to say something. Good morning.
I was thinking about your comments earlier when you started about the wisdom of the elders and talking these things. There was a particular gentleman that is no longer with us by the name of Dr. Morgan Job. He often used a phrase that went something like this: for evil to survive, it is enough that good men do nothing. Yes. In our case, good men and women. Now, we can dissect that phrase into many different things. And we can dissect that phrase in many different ways. But I think what that statement applies to in this particular circumstance and this particular situation, as it relates to the elections here in 2020, people have to say something. For too long, good men and good women have been doing and saying nothing.
Correct.
They have been falling prey and falling victim to this culture of victimization.
This culture of silence.
Yeah.
Silence meaning consent.
Correct. So good men and women, I urge you, do something. Say something. The time is now.
Yes. I'm glad that you mentioned Dr. Morgan Joe, because I think that he has been one of our most misunderstood figureheads in this struggle. If we even delve into some of his teachings and his writings, we would understand exactly how brilliant the man was. And putting aside that maybe he had one of those characters that maybe only a mother and his wife and his children could absolutely love.
And
The one thing the man was never afraid to do was talk the things.
correct.
He was never afraid to call a spade a spade. And he wasn't everybody's cup of tea. That is the truth. And sometimes when you stand in your spaces and you call a spade and you talk the things, not everybody will like you for that. But we have to go past the stage of doing the thing for the likes. Because there are plenty of we out here posing, doing the thing for the likes. But we're not doing the thing for the love. You're right about good men and good women, because before I even entered this fray, it was my hope, my sincerest hope, that I would see good men and women emerge on the other side. Because they were the ones who were in power for the longest. So I said to myself, you know what, I'm watching, I'm standing on the outside. If I see certain things happening, if I see more good people offering themselves and demonstrating that they still remain good through and through, that they don't get caught up in the lights, camera, action, that they continue to serve the people. I had to take a page from Mrs. Persad Bissessa's book, serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. If I saw them serving the people, I wouldn't be here, because I would be happy. I would live good. But all you went in the thing and all you had no intention of serving the people, all you had every intention of serving yourselves. And they have continued to serve themselves, election cycle in and election cycle out. And when they come to you for a vote, all they're coming to you for is permission to continue to serve themselves, not to serve you, permission to serve themselves. Sometimes you had to put aside this party loyalty thing, because a party really is a set of philosophies, and most political parties in this country have the same philosophies. We serve our people, whoever those people are, wherever they are. They want to serve people. That is the long and short of the reason why political parties exist on paper. When you read the constitution, it is summed up to, we want to serve people. Wherever that service has to take place, at whatever level of governance it has to take place. That's the purpose of all political parties. And then when you look at your personal values, you have to ask yourself if my personal values align with whatever party you choose to follow. People know why they will be PNM till they're dead and there'll be nothing else. People know why they support the UNC and they will support no other party. People know why they have moved from one to another and maybe even a third person. And people know why they've always been opposition their whole life, whatever the opposition look like. In Tobago at least. I'm not talking about Trinidad here. Because there are people who I've met who have said to me, me opposition my whole life. They're not calling no party name, They say they're opposition, which is different. Which is different. Right? So we know. We live here. We know our reality. And we need to see more good men and good women insert themselves. Ask for the opportunity to serve. Because what we have, sadly, is the worst of the worst presenting themselves for office. That is what we've had. When I looked at the caliber of representatives that we had, when I used to hear people like Deborah Moore Miggins stand and give a contribution, when I used to hear Mr. Hochoy Charles stand and give a contribution, well thought out, when I used to hear people like Beverly Ramsey Moore and Stanley Beard and Cecil Caruth, Lennox Denoon, William Mackenzie, when I used to hear these people stand up as Tobagonians, because when we had to talk, we have the Queen's English. We could switch from we English to we dialect at the drop of a hat, but everything came over eloquently. Even the Picong, even the Bacchanal, even the Trojabs. There was a beautiful symphony to how we spoke in that house, because at the end of the day, it didn't matter what side of the divide that we stood. We were proud. They were proud for the opportunity to stand in that house and represent their district, represent their people, represent their families, represent the environment that molded them, represent Tobago. That parliamentarians in Trinidad would peep over at what was taking place in the THA because the debates were of such high quality. But when I saw that fast the other day, fast, F-A-R-C-E, the other day, I could not even watch the contributions of some of these members for more than a minute. And you're only representing people talking like that, or you're not representing me at all. I don't speak like that. You can't want to throw talk and stammering. That don't make sense. You can't read out talk. It's either you could talk or you can't talk. Talk the things. Some people force themselves into positions of leadership and they know that is not what was for them. But politics has become a popularity contest.
Right.
Politics has become a contest for who is the most popular face. That is a Lima here wrong, she know people, she's an influencer, she have 5,000 followers on Instagram, she have 10,000 friends on Facebook. Let me put them up for politics.
That's another thing Dr. Job spoke about. He always used to quote from Machiavelli and say, the ordinary man or the ordinary citizen is taken in by appearances. And they exploit the gullibility of the ignorant masses.
Yep.
So basically, if it is somebody is popular on social media, if it is they seem popular in a particular space, everybody jumps on that bandwagon.
That automatically qualifies them.
Yeah. To lead.
Right?
And to represent.
But here's my problem with that. Because I gonna talk the things. What have you done in your space before you entered politics to be a representative of people? Because I have no faith in politicians. I don't want to talk to a politician. I am not a politician. I am a representative, and I plan to be a representative. And a young man, I spoke to a young man yesterday, and I need to put this out there. And now remember, I go and talk the things. I tell him I would say it on Talk the Things Tuesdays. He said, what is the meaning of the word represent? And you know what he said, and he broke it down, is because he said when you was in primary school in the old days and they used to teach you how to pronounce words, they will break up the words into syllables. Represent. What is a representative? And you know what he told me? He said when people come to you, they present themselves, they present their problem, they present their issue, they present their solution, they present their recommendation, they present their suggestion. That's what the people do. That is the role of the people. The role of the people is to present themselves. But the role of the representatives, that before the present, is to repeat what was presented to them, so that a representative doesn't go into any forum and talk what them feel. What they feel in their own self is the problem, and in their own self what they think should happen. A representative should repeat what was presented to them. So if John James comes to you as the representative and says, sir or ma'am, the inter-island ferry service is not working properly, and as a result, I have suffered thousands of dollars in losses as a businessman. It is your job as a representative to repeat what was presented to you in the parliament or in the THA, not to go down there and say nobody's suffering. Not to go down there and say it's some fake businessmen. Your job is to repeat. That is your job. You could have your own personal opinions, and nobody says that takes away from you as a person, but your personal opinions have no business in the parliament. Your personal views have no business in the parliament. So if you feel people are suffering, that could be a personal view, but when you stand up and talk, you had better say people suffering if that is what they're saying. That is what you should be saying as the representative. That is what representative means. For far too long, we have been getting persons who are elected to office who only go in forums and speak the things that they feel. They talk the things that they feel, but they're not talking the things that the people are telling them. That is not your job. That is not what you are there for. That is not what you were hired for. We hired you to represent us. Represent. Repeat what we have presented to you. That is the job. And the job is more than just that. Because the forums exist for the representative to stand and speak. And throughout the course of my interaction with you on radio, I will pull the Hansard. I will pull the Hansard. Let us hear what our representatives went back and represented on our behalf in that parliament. I will pull the records. Let the records show. Let their words either glorify their work or condemn them. Right? I'm going to pull the Hansard. I'm going to do my research, because if it's one thing, I don't like to talk things that I don't know. That is why I always leave room for correction. If anybody knows differently, if I say something on this radio and it is incorrect, please correct me. And I will be the first to say, look, I made a mistake. I am sorry. This is not the correct information. This is the actual information. I am not too big to apologize. But let us hear what our representatives have been saying on our behalf. I will pull the records. I will do my research. I will come to you either on Talk the Things Tuesdays or Wake Up Wednesdays. And I will shake that Hansard on my live. Because those of you who are on radio, you won't see me shaking it. I will shake that document, because the Hansard stands as our record of what our representatives say on our behalf. Let your words either glorify your work or condemn you for the scamp that you are. Because we have sent you to do a job and you're going down there and do your own thing. Time for that to stop. Time for that to stop. So I'm glad that I had that conversation with that young man, because he put the thing in such perspective for me. Representation. The man on the block mightn't have the words to say. He may simply say they have a hole in the road. But when you stand up in parliament as the representative, or let's say stand up in the assembly, because those are assembly issues, a pothole in the road, you might stand up and say there's a pothole in the road at the corner of Silk Cotton Trace and Alfred Street. You may say, Madam Speaker, at this time, my constituents are crying out for service. At this time, they are having an issue with the current state of the road infrastructure in their community. What they have noticed is that there are craters the size of elephant feet, that prevents them from traversing the roadway in a safe and secure manner. And as a result of these craters that have been caused by works that have been undertaken by another institution that failed to fix these craters, we have a situation where persons' vehicles are being damaged. Miss or Madam Speaker, I'm imploring those who are responsible for our road network to expend the necessary time and resources to conduct an immediate assessment on the state of our road infrastructure in that area, the corner of Silk Cotton Trace and Alfred Street, so that my constituents can experience some level of comfort knowing that they have said their problem and it will be responded to expeditiously. End of text. That is what representatives do. You take one sentence and turn it into a paragraph. But we represent. Represent. We repeat what is presented to us. And that could only take place if you are listening to the people on the ground. That is why we have to take the party out of politics. Because really and truly, it's about people. That if you know in your heart that Tobagonians have been suffering because they're sleeping on the port. They can't get a boat to come home. They're sleeping on the airport because they can't get a flight to come up. Don't stand in the parliament and say we're not suffering. Please don't do that. You are diminishing our struggle. You are diminishing our worth in the eyes of the population, because we only have 2 representatives. Trinidad has 39. We only have 2. And those 2 persons must hold one head, and that one head must be Tobago. That you must give up your party affiliation, and everything that you do must be in the best interest of Tobago. Any bill that comes across your desk as a representative for you to vote on, the first question you have to ask yourself, is this bill in the interest of the people of Tobago? Talk the things. Is this measure, is this change, is this suggestion, is this recommendation, is it in the best interest of the people of Tobago? That is the question you have to ask. And if you are not asking yourself that question, if it is that you're going to go down there and silently rubber stamp everything that is shoved down your throat, knowing fully well that the business of Tobago is not being taken care of, and you are part and parcel of why it's not being taken care of, then you are a fraud. You are a fraud. You have taken our votes and you have used them against us, and you are appearing on our behalf under false pretenses. That is what you're doing. That is what you are doing. Let's talk the things. And I know there are people who are uncomfortable with the things that I'm talking, and I know that you will try to report my page and have me removed from Facebook. That is okay. I had a voice long before Facebook existed, and I will continue to have one long after. Even if I have to go on a soapbox in the middle of Market Square on a megaphone, I will do that, because the things need to be talked. Facebook is just one part of this, but the people will hear me. Every person that I meet, and I ask for their support, because I don't ask for a vote. I'm not interested in votes, because you know why? I want it that when people give me their support, that I can have a relationship with that person. That I know that I'm responsible for ensuring that that person reaches their highest potential. That is my personal responsibility. That person at any point in time could hold me to account, because I am your representative. I am there to represent what you tell me, and do my best at doing that, and do justice to what you are telling me, and do justice to your feelings and your heart and your emotions and what is going on in your head and what is deep in your soul and deep in your belly. That is my role. That I am your chief storyteller. That if Miss Mabel have to walk 5 miles to go and get access to pipe-borne water because they haven't run a pipeline from the nearest point to her home, or to a series of homes, to a collection of homes down a gully or up a hill, that I should be able to go in the forums and represent your struggles, represent your feelings. That I shouldn't go anywhere and say, nah, Miss Mabel, good man, she gained water. Yes, she gained water, but I'm not talking about what she had to go through to get water. That is my job. That is my job. To represent you. That is my job. That is the job that I'm applying for. So I'm not gonna ask you for a vote. I want your support. The PDP wants your support. The Progressive Democratic Patriots is a party that wants the support of each and every Tobagonian. You know why we need your support? Because when we go down there, it's not to big up only PDP people. Is not to only ensure that PDP people benefit. When we go down in Parliament, it's for Tobago people to benefit, all of you. When people call asking for assistance for roofs, nobody on my team, nobody in this party asks what party you're voting for. We don't want to know. The only thing we want to know is your name, address, and what kind of roof you have. That is all. We don't ask nothing else.
No discrimination whatsoever.
Right? Your name, your address, and what kind of repairs you need on your roof. That is all we ask. I'm not interested in finding out who you want to vote for. That is not my business. I want that when people go to the polls, if they choose to go to the polls, it's because their conscience is telling them that I need my voice to be heard. This is the people's election. This is not an election for political parties to use as an opportunity to pat themselves on the back and say, yes, we win again, so that means we did a good job the last 5 years. No. This is your performance appraisal. This is the people's opportunity to rate your performance. This is the people's opportunity to move you if they are not satisfied and put you back there if they are. This is the people's chance to legally choose. Don't bully people. That is not your place. Imagine you going and apply for work. Imagine you have a shop or a store or organization and you send out an application. You have a vacancy and you send out applications. You invite applications for persons to apply. And you have interviews and the person come and sit down in front of you at the interview and tell you, you better give me this work or not. Because if you don't give me this work, you're going to see what's going to happen with me and you. Would you give that person the job? Honestly? I don't think so. But we have to remind these politicians, because I'm not one of them. We have to remind these politicians, and they've been there for so long. Maybe they started off as representatives and then eventually they turned into politicians. But what we need to remind these politicians is that every time you go up for an election, you're actually reapplying for the job that you had before. You're actually reapplying. So that when you go to that interview, you have to now present yourself in the best way possible. And obviously, your track record would speak for itself. They'll have your performance appraisal. They'll have, what you did good, what you didn't do good. They will be able to criticize you, or not say criticize, but they'll be able to say, well, okay, you didn't do this too well. You can do better in this area. Or you did this excellently. I really, really, was heartened to see you perform so well in this particular sphere. And fine. But you can't go in the interview and bully the interviewer. You can't go in the interview and threaten the employer. What is wrong with you? Something has to be seriously wrong with any politician who will come to you and bully you, threaten you, if you don't rehire them. Then we talk the things. Let us talk the things, people. Right? They are reapplying for a job. And I have to give credit where credit is due, when I went to Scarborough RC School, Miss Dillon was my teacher who introduced me to storytelling. I love to tell stories. So that it's easy for me to try and explain things because I always look at it from a story background. So the story of the employer and the employee, let's call it that. Trinidad and Tobago, you are the employer. Don't forget that. Don't let them make you forget that you are the employer. Your index finger. That is what indicates that you have accepted their application for employment.
And the people who hold the power.
You are the employer. Don't let these employees bully you. Don't let these employees threaten you. That is not the way. That is not the way. And any of these politicians who are now in the process of reapplying for their jobs, if they come to you and tell you they're not going to forgive you if it is your vote against them, tell them, hey, I is the employer, you have to rest yourself. Rest yourself. Let me see what you did and judge you based on that. And let me see what the other man who applying for your work can do. And let me judge him based on that. But at the end of the day, all the power resides in the hands of the people. Let we don't make them forget that. Right? Talk the Things Tuesdays. I spent a whole 2 hours last week on our head politician because I was mad. You can't bully the employer, sir. Respectfully. I am an employer too. As much as I am a candidate, I am also a constituent that votes. So Mrs. Kojo, or Miss Kojo, sorry, you have to reapply for the job. And I am one of the people who will vet your application. Don't mind I put in my own. Right? But I am also a voter, I'm also a constituent, so I also have to do your performance appraisal for the last 5 years. Please don't have your head politician bullying those of us who are the employers, because we are the employers. Let us not forget that. We are the employers. I feel I had to put that out there. Let me say it again. Trinidad and Tobago, we are the employers. Do not let these politicians bully you into re-employing them. Size up a man. Judge him. Rate him. Size up who is coming to take the work. Because plenty people come for the work, eh? Look at who waiting in line to get the work. See what they give. And then make your choice based on that. Today's Talk the Things Tuesdays. I was in Susulands yesterday. I walked up some hills and down some valleys. And I met some gentlemen. And we were talking and I get real hot. You know why I get real hot? Because that statement bothered me. That statement bothered me. I'm telling myself, you know what? If you say that you're not going to give Tobago people a pass if they vote for Watson, well, hear what I'm telling you. Here's my suggestion. Because I am a solutions-oriented individual. I like to solve problems. I'm a professional problem solver. Why you don't leave Dago Martin Central and come and run in Tobago East? If you so want Tobagonians to choose better, then offer yourself as a choice then. Come and run in Tobago East. I'm challenging you. If your name man, go and jam him in the East. You're talking about options. Then make yourself an option. Tell Tobago people, hear what? I want you pick that man for the work. I think I am a better man to do the job. Come and run in Tobago East then. Leave Dago Martin Central. You're a Tobagonian? Come and fight a seat in Tobago then. You could even fight in the Western Hall if you want. But go and meet that man head first. You so don't want nobody to vote for him. Then offer yourself as an option. That is my suggestion. In the words of your own finance minister, if your name man meet me outside, well, if your name man meet him in the East. If your name man meet him up there. Move yourself from Dago Martin Central and go and fight the seat up in Tobago East and give Tobagonians the opportunity to either accept you or reject you. But don't tell Tobagonians who to vote for. Respectfully, you are out of line, sir. You are out of line. And if you so think that you are the best option that Tobagonians can choose, then offer yourself up for a seat in Tobago. Because we had you as a Tobagonian Prime Minister. And yet still, once again, we do not have our autonomy bill. You failed us. The one thing that you said you would do, that was your manifesto promise. You would bring home autonomy for Tobago in your term as Prime Minister. You didn't. You failed. So seeing that you're reapplying for work, reapply for the work in Tobago East. Here's a Mason Hall man, that's in East, go and run for the Tobago East seat. Or on the flip side, if you're so fed up of your own people, if you're so fed up of Tobagonians, because every time I hear you talk, you're saying you Tobagonians and you Tobagonians and you Tobagonians. As if you are not one of us. As if you didn't come from our bosom. As if you didn't come from our belly. I went to the same school as you, sir. I went to Bishop's High School. I am proud to be a Bishopian. I am proud to be a daughter of Tobago. But when I hear you speak with such contempt for us. As if we are a burden to you. As if you are ashamed of us. That is how I feel when I hear you talk, sir. Then if you have so many problems with Tobago, take your sheep pen and put it in Diego Martin Central. Move your sheep pen from Mason Hall and put it in Diego Martin. That is what I will tell to you. If you're not willing to come here and be man and face that man up in the east, if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to put your money where your mouth is, sir, and I will always remain respectful. I'm very fiery today, but I will always call you sir and doctor, because that is who you are. You earned your titles. You worked hard for your PhD or your doctorate or whatever. So I will call you sir. I will call you doctor. I don't have to call your name because everybody knows who I'm speaking about. If your name man, go and fight him in the east. Don't sit over there on your high horse in Trinidad and tell Tobagonians who to vote for if you're not willing to put up yourself for a Tobago electorate to either choose you or reject you. Diego Martin Central is a so-called safe seat. You could put somebody else down there. Come and represent Tobago. If you so love Tobago, come and represent Tobago. Put yourself here. Let the people of Tobago either accept you or reject you. You are supposed to be one of us. You are supposed to be one of us. You are supposed to represent the best of us. I am proud of my Tobagonian heritage. I am proud of my people. And some of you, yes, have to wake up. Some of you have to break the change of this oppression. Some of you people have to change your attitudes. Some of you have to get up and do what you have to do to make a life better for yourself. You cannot... Diego Martin West, thank you very much for the, for the correction. Yes, but the intent and the spirit remains. If you have such a big problem with Mr. Duke and him offering self up as a candidate, then you go and run in East. Move Ayana, let she go and run for Diego Martin West. And tell her say, follow, put a crap in her balance, they go vote for them,
you
but
know,
okay.
It's very interesting, Tashia.
Yeah, sure.
It's very...
I'm telling you. No.
Crap in her tie. A crap in her balance, they tie.
Well, I hear they say that. I grew up hearing that.
Well,
so,
yeah. We all
right?
did. And it's laughable.
I'm telling you, no, it's like you're vexed and then you want to laugh.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, sir, if you think the people of Tobago deserve a better choice, sir, go and run in Tobago East. Go and meet the man head on. I like when Colm Imbe said, if your name man meet me outside, if your name man meet me up by Pirates Boatyard. Right? Sir, respectfully, doctor, you cannot want Tobagonians to choose differently if you have not offered yourself as a choice. Go and offer yourself as a choice.
The goodly gentleman, the last time he was present on the media, he was on a very popular morning show here in Tobago. I'm not calling names. I'm not saying any names, right? And he said that it's a long-winded, what was it he said? A long-winded process that takes a lot of time and you need a particular majority. When it came to the autonomy bill, that was the first thing. And then it dawned on me, something hit me at that moment when I was looking at it, because I looked at it live. And I recognized that the goodly gentleman represents his political entity and he represents his political system as opposed to the people of Tobago.
Representing the people. And that is what they always forget. Tobagonians gave you that chance by electing your proxies to ensure that you went into the highest level of governance in this country. You became the Prime Minister. You said that you were going to do something. And it might not have been the first order of business when you went there, but you had 5 years. 5 years is a long time. You had more than enough chance. You had more than enough opportunity to do what was necessary to get this thing settled. And even if it is you did everything in your power and you could not get the 3/5 majority because those other people on the other side did not support you, you could have come back to the people of Tobago and explained, look, I did everything that I said I would do. I took this bill to Parliament. I pleaded with them on the other side. I begged them on the other side. I tried to convince them on the other side, and all of my elected MPs tried to convince them on the other side to support Tobago, because this is not a PNM bill, or it's not a PNM PDP bill, UNC bill. It's a Tobago bill. It's for all Tobago people. I tried to convince those 18 other parliamentarians on the other side to support Tobago, because this is a bill that would ensure that our island can develop. This is a bill that would ensure that our island can progress. This is a bill that could ensure that our generations can now enjoy the fruits of the labor of the foundation that we are laying today. And I did everything I could, and they still didn't support it. You know, you would have come back like a king over here. We would have said them people on the other side, they don't have our best interests at heart. We would have said that. But what did you do? All kind of bill passed in that parliament.
It didn't even reach.
All kind of bill passing in that parliament. Look here, I have somebody reminding me that the first bill he passed was the 7% duty on online purchases. Right? Things to tax people.
Yes, yes.
You raise gas 3 times, you remove the subsidy. But you are trying to tell me now that you couldn't get one bill brought to the House to be debated. I'm not putting it at your feet that you would have gotten it passed, because there's an opposition there.
Correct.
So I'm not putting that on you. I'm putting on you what you said you would do, which is bring the bill to Parliament. You did not do that. You failed. And now you want to come and turn around and tell me you're not giving me a pass if I want to employ a man to take your work. But you didn't do the job. I have every right to fire you. I have every right to move you. I have every right to throw you in the dustbin because you didn't do the work. And next man come for the work. But if you so want to fight that man, go up in the east and fight that man. If your name man, meet him up in Pirates Boatyard. Go and fight that man on your own turf, because both of you are from Tobago. Both of you are from Tobago. You say you represent Tobago people. You're so interested in who Tobago people vote for, then offer yourself as a choice, sir. Offer yourself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Who love you go vote for you. Who ain't like you won't vote for you. But you will see who is willing to re-employ you to be their representative. Do that. Don't be afraid. So I have another call on the line. Let's see what the... Hello, good morning. Hello. If this gentleman is hearing me. Hello. Caller, I want you to if you could send me a message, because I seem to be having a little bit of problem with the phone lines this morning. But as I was saying, if you so have a problem with the options that Tobago people have at this time, then offer yourself as one of them. Don't stand on your soapbox on the outside and try to dictate to Tobagonians what they can do and who they should choose if you have not offered yourself as an option. Yes, simply that. If you are so afraid of the possibility of Mr. Duke being elected and you want to stave off the possibility that that could happen, if you represent the best of what your party has to offer, then fight Mr. Duke in Tobago East. Offer yourself up. If you are the best of what your party has, offer yourself up. And if you have no intention of walking your talk, if you have no intention of putting your money where your mouth is, then you're welcome to transplant your sheep pen from Mason Hall to Diego Martin West. Yes, we would not miss you, because some of your sheep live in far better conditions than people on this island. Let me talk the things. I have been to some places. I have seen some living conditions. And it's 20 years that the PNM has been in charge of the THA, and you have the man in charge of settlements, Boston. Boston. He's in charge of ensuring that people could live good when it comes to their housing situation. There are a number of grants available, and I need to plug this. I need to plug this. You know why I need to plug this? Because it's very, very important. What I need to plug here is this. People, I need you to use the systems that exist. You need to use the systems that exist. Yes, you're calling the PDP, and we will try to get to you. We will try to help. But we don't have the resources that people in governance have. They have access to the treasury. There are grants that are there for persons to be able to access to get assistance. Find out what is out there for you as a taxpayer to access. Right? That is what you need to find out. Mind your business. A little bit of Mind Your Business Mondays and Talk the Things Tuesdays. Right? Use these systems, and if these systems fail, then we have something to talk about. Then we have something to change. Then I have something to represent in the forums that I need to go to represent, so that we can change our systems if we have to, or mash them up if they're not working. That is what we need to be doing. But we could only know if the system works if it is that people utilize the system. I was so happy to be in Susulands yesterday, because that is the place where I spent the later half of my growing up years. And walking around certain parts of Susulands, actually for the first time in my life, because I never walked that far up the road and over the bend and through the corners. And I recognize that Susulands is a community that has, they have a community garden. That when they built the Susulands development, that they left spaces for residents to be able to farm. And when I went there, I saw some young people, a mixture of young people and older people planting corn and peas and cassava and potato and all different. And I was so heartened to see that, because I said to myself, this is what Tobago needs. This is what we know about. That we must ensure that our young people have access to lands, to be able to build their houses. And within these communities, we can leave spaces for us to grow our own food. Because we were always an independent people. We may not have always been an independent island country, but we were always an independent people. We always took care of our homes. We always took care of our children. We always took care of our families. Our society has only now started to break down. And when I say now started, within the last 20, 30 years or so. And that is for different factors. I don't lay that at the feet of any politician. But we need to get back to the things that made us great. That in these communities, and Susulands is the name, is because of that Susulands concept, that Lenhan concept, that the first inhabitants of Susulands, they all built their houses with help from one another. That the men in the community would get together and they would cast a foundation. That they would give her 2-3 hours in the afternoon to put up some blocks. That is how that community was built, the first set of persons who lived there. And I'm glad to know that we have continued the community spirit with this community, these community gardens, and that anybody can just take a space, if there's space available, and go and plant something. And this is what we need more of. Governments have too much power in this country. Elected representatives, sadly, have too much power in this country. And that is why they can have victimization taking place. And that is why we can have corruption taking place, because they have too much power. And the Progressive Democratic Patriots is advancing the idea that communities need to empower themselves. That communities need to be able to determine how they grow and how they thrive and how they progress and how their people grow and thrive and progress. That the community is the best place to start, because it's family first, yes. But if the family fails, then the community has to be able to be strong enough to protect its most vulnerable citizens, the young ones and the elderly. And it's those of us who are young and strong, the youth. We are the ones who have the strength to protect those two vulnerable groups. We are the ones who have the strength to do the work, to put in the work. Right? That is how a community is built. The elders are there to give advice. The elders are there because some of them are very powerful prayer warriors, because we need people to bruise their knees too, Don't discount the power of prayer. You see prayer right now? I show my name inside by 10 different Obia man right now. But you know what? My God is in charge. My God is in charge. One of the first things, people tell me when you get into politics, they go try to mash you up, they go carry you inside by Obia. Me not afraid no Obia man. God is my Obia man. And then have no one more powerful than him. I speak with his authority. I speak with his anointing. I speak with his permission. I didn't put myself here. Is the Lord rest me right here. Everything that has happened in my life has led me to this point. Right? We need to get back to the place when we can build our communities, when our communities are the strongholds of our society. That we have strong communities in Bethel, we have a strong community in Golden Lane. Because we're having some problems in places like Golden Lane and Lekito with our young people. I cry when I hear about murders in Tobago. Murders were not part of our culture. I remember growing up in a Tobago where there was only one murder a year, and you know how that murder used to take place? 2 men fight on the block and somebody a bottle over their head and the person end up dying. Or somebody come out of a bar and they get away with somebody and they fall down and hit their head somewhere and that's how the person dead. 2 men fighting and somebody end up dead. That is how murders used to take place in Tobago. Right? But now we have a proliferation of gun crime. We have our young men holding weapons and they are not afraid to use them against each other. We don't know about that in Tobago. That is not part of our culture. That is not how we grew up. That 2 men could cuss and get away in the street. And by evening time, they're drinking 2 beers, By evening time, they're eating a plate of food next to one another. That 2 women could cuss out in the road. And that by evening time, they're laughing. That is what we know. That is what we know about. So we have some things to fix Tobago. Let me talk the things. Golden Lane Lekito forms part of the constituency that I hope to represent. And I can't wait to go into Golden Lane and Lekito. You know why? Because I want these young men, if you are listening right now, I want you to understand the power that you have. That I am going to speak life into my kings because all my young men are kings. They have power. And we need to let them see their potential. And we need to put things in place for them to realize their highest potential. That we need to make them understand that their role is to help protect and build this society, to help protect our children, to help protect our women, to help protect our elderly, to put in the work so that we can build our communities, that we can rebuild our family structures. That I would want that persons in communities can protect their communities, not fight one another, not shoot one another, not kill one another. We need to pull ourselves back from the brink. And it starts with our young men. Our young women have a part to play, and I would speak also about that. But I have a 16-year-old son, and my biggest concern right now is the influences that are there around him. And thank God for a solid family structure, but I know not everybody has that. Not everybody has an older person who they look up to and can mentor them, that they listen to. Not everybody goes to church. Not everybody has a teacher who sees the potential in them and would fight with them day in, day out to dig it out, to ensure that they reach their higher self, that will take night and they take money out of their own pocket to ensure that they eat, that they get access to the resources that they need to become a success. Not everybody has that. But you see this Tobago here, we have to see about our own. It is time for us to become selfish when it comes to our people. It is time for us to become Tobago-centric. I am not preaching division here. Because when Trinidad had to fix themselves, they just fix themselves. When there are successes that take place, you don't hear Trinidad and Tobago, you just hear the man from Trinidad. So they just forget about Tobago conveniently. Let me call a spade a spade. Let me talk the things. They just forget about us conveniently. But that is okay, because we have our own stars as well. And trust me, we just own them same speed. We own them just as quickly. So I could understand that need to be very, very... I could understand that need to want to own your people. So I want to own my people this morning. I go talk the things. I want to own my people. That when I hear our head politician threatening my people, I will talk. Because that is not your place, sir. There are people who are older than you. There are people who are younger than you, who went through far worse than you have experienced. And all of these people deserve your respect. All of these people deserve your humility. All of these people deserve the opportunity to judge you fairly, just as how they will judge Mr. Duke and myself and anybody else who has offered themselves up for service. The people are our employers. Let's not forget that. We need to humble ourselves, because some of these representatives or these politicians, I can't say representatives because I'm trying to be a representative. Some of these politicians are not very humble. They're not very humble. And humility gets you further than anything else ever could in this life. Trust me.
Indeed. Indeed.
Right? We need to be so grateful that Tobagonians are a long-suffering people. We need to be so grateful that Tobagonians will give you chance and chance and chance and chance to prove yourself, until they have gotten to the point where they can no longer give you another pass. Tobago will not give you another pass, sir. We will not give you a pass for your proxies to sit in Parliament and say and do nothing on our behalf. You don't get a pass, you get a fail. Your proxies get a fail. You do not get a pass. You do not get the opportunity to fail at the thing that you say you would do and then come back here and dictate to us that we can't fire you from the work. Sir, that is not your place. The people of Tobago, and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago, are performing their performance appraisals at this time. They are doing the work. They are listening. They are watching, and they are waiting. And thank God we still live in a democracy, which gives us the opportunity to choose. And I hope that everything that needs to be put in place to ensure that these elections are free and fair, that all of these systems are put in place, so that we all know that the result at the end of the day, that when polls close at 6 p.m. on August 10th, 2020, that we are sure that the voice of the people has been heard, and heard resoundingly. But you add nothing to your resume by threatening your employers. Even though you only remember that that we are your employers once every 5 years or once every 4 years. For some of you, you have already made your choice. For some of you, you're loyal to your parties. Nothing is wrong with that. Your reasons are your own. But for the vast majority of us who are looking on and who vote on issues, they are scrutinizing everyone who plans to offer themselves up heavily. They are scrutinizing all the applicants for these vacant positions. That's what they are doing. They are listening. They are watching you posture yourself. They are watching you gallery yourself. They are watching you with your arrogance. Don't forget the people are your employers. And it's about time. It's about time our people step up and own their collective responsibilities. Because I spoke about 2 cancers earlier, which is the cancer of corruption and the cancer of victimization. But you know what is really the cure for all of those things? The cure for those cancers is accountability. We need to hold elected persons accountable. We need to hold selected persons accountable. We need to hold hired persons in positions of authority accountable. Because when you hold a man accountable, he can only do what you have allowed him to do. He can only act within the parameters within which he's allowed to act. Because if he knows that there are sanctions, if he knows that there are consequences and repercussions for trying to act outside of those parameters, he knows how far he can go or she can go. We need to hold each other accountable. Some of you are in situations that only you can take blame for. Let's talk the things. Some of you have made poor decisions in life. Let's talk the things. But as long as we have life, as long as we have breath in our bodies, as long as we are blessed to open our eyes on a daily basis, there's an opportunity to do and to be better. Tobago, Trinidad, we, the people, we need to do and be better. Because government comes out of us. Governments are formed from persons who come from us. They are a reflection of who we are as a society. And if our elected persons are arrogant, it's because we have some level of arrogance. If they're not humble, it's because we're not humble. If it is they corrupt, it's because we corrupt. Let's call a spade a spade. Let we talk the things. It's because we've allowed corruption to flourish. Because you know what? I had to go in that office to do something, and because I know somebody, I go get through in a day, while the average person who don't know anybody had to wait 6 months. That I could make a call and something will get organized for me, and I don't have to go through the process. But somebody else who's trying to do it the right way cannot get through at all. Let us talk the things. We have allowed this culture to run away from us because we ourselves have gotten used to getting something for nothing. We have come to expect from our governments that they would give us something for nothing. That has to change, because I will talk the truth. We cannot build a society if it is that we all want something for nothing. There is no productivity to be had. And our society, our island would become a graveyard. It would become a physical and intellectual and mental and financial graveyard if we don't arrest what is taking place at this time. If it is we do not elect people in positions of power who are true leaders, who have true love for island and country at the forefront of everything that they do, who always remain humble, who remain committed, who will work as long as there is work to be done. Because nothing is wrong with play. But play only comes after you have worked. Tobago, we need to take stock of where we're at. Because if we have head politicians in places dictating to us, it means that we haven't stood up for ourselves for a very long time. When they assume that you're a dumb dog in Jerusalem, they will tell you what they feel. They will treat you how they feel. You think he could go in the BTAM and tell anybody in the BTAM he won't forgive them if they don't vote for the PNM? You think he could say that? No, he can't say that. Because you know when the BTAM people have to stand up, and when Silots people have to stand up, and when Lavantil and Mova people have to stand up, they're standing up. And people in Chaguanas and all of these places, because they have a culture down, they are standing up, you know. They will bonfire, they will find all kind of thing, drag out all kind of thing from their house to register their displeasure, whether it be with a councillor or a mayor or an elected rep or a prime minister. They will tell them as it is. But Tobagonians, we have been silent for too long. They take our silence to mean consent. They take our silence to mean that we could take jamming right through. No complaints. And you're so in a corner and you're under stress right through. But Tobagonians only smiling in their face because why? We are a long-suffering people. The time for this long-suffering is over. This is a 40 years of long-suffering. The children of Jerusalem, the children of Israel, they were in the wilderness for 40 years. The people of Tobago have been in the wilderness for 40 years. This is the 40th year that the Tobago House of Assembly has been in existence, and as yet we have no lawmaking powers in Tobago. We don't have it. And it's 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad that we have to beg to get the opportunity to pass one law in Tobago. And I'm going to talk the things next week because I have to bring the law for all you. I will read the act that in order for a law to be passed in Tobago, it has to go through the Assembly. It has to go to Cabinet. They have to agree on it, and then it has to be assented to by the president. And if they don't agree down there, nothing is happening over here. That is what Tobagonians want. We are long suffering, but the time for that suffering has come to an end. Tobagonians, find your voice. If we don't get it right this time, I have no more hope, sadly, for us to get it right in my generation. Maybe those who are coming immediately behind me or even immediately behind them will eventually get it right. But if we don't get it right in 2020 and 2021 and elect people to our highest offices who truly have the people of Tobago at heart, who truly have the people of this country at heart, my heart bleeds for my country every single day because I see how great we can be. I see how much we can get done. I see how much we can achieve collectively if we was to put aside this party politics and just unite and love one another and lead with love and lead with respect and lead with God in front. I see where we can go. But we are stuck. We are stuck and we are unhappy and we are miserable. Because we have not taken responsibility for our own destinies. But it starts with that choice. It starts with you. You have to look inside. We need to improve ourselves first. We can't expect other people to represent us and be better than us if we ourselves not doing the work. You need to work on yourself. If you're arrogant, tone down. If you're not humble, become humble. If you know you don't love people, find love in your heart. Find love in your heart, because all of we have to live here. If I fall along in the road in the morning and something happened to me and it's only strangers around, I want to know that my Tobago people will lift me up and take me to the hospital. And it's not because they know me, it's not because they know my family, but because they see me as a human being in distress. That is where we have to get back to. It starts with us. Everything, every success that we have going forward starts with us as a people. We are saying that we as a people, we will not be dictated to. If you didn't live here and you didn't grow here, you have no permission to tell people here what to do. You don't have the permission. We revoke your rights. You might be a Tobagonian by birth, but you're a Trinidadian by both. Fix down there. If you want to fix down there, go and fix down there. Nothing is wrong with trying to help down there. But don't try to kill your own people for trying to fix right here. You left us so long ago. You left us so long ago and you never look back. You call yourself a Tobagonian, but you are going up for Diego Martin West. But you want to tell people in Tobago who to vote for in Tobago. Well, if you're so concerned, I will repeat the call once again. Goodly sir, come and fight the seat in East. The EBC office is in John Dial. Yes, you can file your papers there on Friday. Yes. If you're so interested in fighting Tobago people's cause and picking up where others before you have left off, go and fight the seat in the East. Let Tobago people choose you. Let Tobago people get the opportunity to read their finger next to your name. Do that. If your name man, do that. And it will put that to rest.
There's a particular area in Tobago that is called Bethel. Do you know what Bethel means?
What does Bethel mean?
Bethel means the house of God.
Good.
In Hebrew.
I'll be in Bethel this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the house of God. And Bethel has a very, very special place in my heart because it was one of the places that I was able to interact in a very, very relaxed way with some of those same men who on the outside, we judge them in these communities that they say, oh, Bethel have all these bad men and things. And these guys are not bad guys. They are some of the most intelligent young men I have met in my entire life.
Very true.
When you hear them reason on the block, they put some of our politicians to shame. The ideas that they have to develop their community. And I'm not giving them a pass for participating in illegal things. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that if governments were working in the way that governments should, we should have less people trying to get involved in illegal activities because there are more opportunities available for people to get involved in legal activities that allow them the opportunity to use their time and talents and skills and strengths and passions to build themselves and build their families and build their communities and build their island. And most of these guys, all they ever wanted was just a chance. All they ever wanted was just an opportunity. All they ever wanted was these people who present themselves to them as persons who want to be elected, that they will keep their promises and come back. Most of them don't even want you to bring a food card or a bottle of Johnny or money for them. They don't want that to know. They want to know that when you say you come on the block to look for a vote today, that when you get elected next week, you're on the block the week after. And the week after that. And maybe 2 months down the road, but they're senior. They're senior. The same way how you could climb hills and down valley and in gully and digging people out a hole to vote for you is the same way when you are their elected rep that you have to go and look for them again. Even if there's physically nothing you can do. Do not forget your employers. I know that there are persons who will attempt to hold me to far higher standards than the people who went before me. That I have to jump through hoops of fire to prove that I'm even worthy to submit my application for this job. And I'm telling you that I'm up to the task. I am no constitutional expert. I am not a legal mind. I am none of those things. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's degree, yes. I read a whole lot. And I'm open for dialogue, to have conversations, to understand people. And I could only do my best. I don't have the benefit of constitutional experts. I don't have the benefit of the Parliament Library. I don't have the benefit of paid staff to work under me to research things before I come on the radio and talk. I don't have that. You all have all the resources, all the cards, everything is in your favor. And the mere fact that I now pose a threat to you is because with all the resources that you've had at your disposal, you did not get the job done. With everything that you had in your favor to ensure that you could do the best that you could for the people that employed you, you did not get the job done. And it is only fair that I offer myself as a different option, as an alternative. I know that people are disenchanted with politics. I know there are people who don't care to vote anymore because they think that everybody who joins a political party and puts themselves up for office is the same thing. I know there are people out there that feel that I'm going in there to do exactly what the people that went before me did. The most that I could do on the outside is tell you what I would do. But the thing that has to happen here is that you have to look at my heart, because I wear my heart on my sleeve. You have to look at what you see of me, scrutinize my resume, grill me. I don't have a problem with that. And then decide, you know what, I'm willing to give this young lady a chance. and then let me prove to you that I am not like them. Let me prove to you that my only intention is seeing my Tobago people progress. That my only goal in all of this is to make all of we live good. You could quote me on that coming and going. When people ask me about what you plan to do when you're going, you know what is your vision? I could sum up my vision in them few words. All of we have to live good. That is my vision. And that living good could take different forms. Different things need to happen for people in different places to live good. For some people to live good in an area, it means sending pipe-borne water. For some people to live good in an area, it means reliable electricity. For some people to live good in an area, it means proper roads. For some people to live good in an area, it means pension reform. And I had to talk about our elderly persons because I need to speak about that. Our elderly persons are expected to live on a pension that is not tied to our cost of living, and they have to depend on a government to wake up and say, hey, we're going to increase our pension by $500. It cannot be like that. Our older persons are the most vulnerable persons in our society. They have contributed to building this country, and in their twilight years, they should be comfortable. Why are our elderly persons still struggling to be able to afford medications? Why are they still struggling to even get access to their pensions? And why is it that they have to wait on some budget goodie, some election budget goodie to get a little increase on their pension when the price of everyday items is increasing every single day, especially for people who live in Tobago? Especially for people living in Tobago. At least in Trinidad, you could go in places and find rent for $1,800 a month and $1,500 a month, and you could go in the grocery and still spend $500 and be able to eat for the month. But in Tobago, the average rent is between $2,000 and $2,500. I am renting. My rent is $3,600 a month. How are people living on minimum wage in Tobago? And I will talk more about this because our minimum wage in Tobago should not be tied to national minimum wage, because minimum wage in Trinidad could probably work for people in Trinidad, but minimum wage cannot work. That figure cannot work for anybody who has to live and eat and operate in Tobago, especially if they have a family. How are our families being taken care of? All of these things I will talk to you about, because these are questions that need to be asked. What is going on with the people who are our experts and our technocrats? Are they not looking at these things? And they're not looking at the fact that Tobago deserves the opportunity to decide that our minimum wage is $30 an hour. We should be able to decide that in Tobago. We should be able to have our own land for the landless program, where we ensure that our young persons and our persons who have their families and even older persons who have spent their life saving money, that they can get access to land to build their houses, that they can have part of the patrimony of this island, that the wealth of this island is not only for our 1%. And our 1% in Tobago have nothing to do with class, nothing to do with color, nothing to do with race. It has everything to simply do, there is 1% of people on this island who control 95% of the wealth that comes here, and they want it to remain like that. Let us talk the things. And for me, they can take a rest. They have eaten enough at that table. They are fat to filled and vomiting, and some people here can't even smell food. There are some people in this Tobago can't even smell food. They can't walk into a grocery because they have dust in their pockets. That is our reality. So I am telling our Tobago 1%, you know who you are. All I could take a little rest for a little 4 years, a little 5 years. No, we won't starve y'all, you know. Y'all will eat. But the rest of us have to eat too. The rest of us have to know what it feels to live good. The rest of us have to know what it feels to not have to worry where our next meal is coming from. The rest of us have to know that we can work and still save money for a rainy day. So if a rainy day comes, we are not caught without. The rest of us have to know what it means to fall asleep with very little worries on our head. The rest of us just want to live good. We don't want to be millionaires and billionaires and live in mansions and drive expensive cars. All those things are nice. But most persons have accepted that everything they have to get in this life, they have to work for. For all they want to do is just be content. All they want to do is just live good. All they want to do is just have a decent standard of living. So I say to our 1% this morning, well, I could take a little rest. Well, I could rock back and watch the people live good. And once you all rock back for a little while and watch the people live good and everybody could be good, then it means that my job is done. It means that I could walk away from representational politics. That I no longer have to be a voice because everybody else has found their voices. I no longer have to use my voice because it's trained at this time. I come in every morning and talk in every evening, and I think I need a remedy for that. If any of you know what I can drink or take to make sure that my voice doesn't go before the 10th, I would be just send me an inbox message, right? And yes, Daniel, I do need some rest. But what I would say is that if we can achieve that, all we could live good here thing, because that is what I want. I want all we to live good. Then it means that my job is complete. My job is done. I don't need to go back there. If you all want me to go back there, I'll think about it. But it means that I have done the thing that you have employed me to do. And I have done the thing to the best of my ability. And I have done the thing to the standard that you have set for me. That is all I want to do. I want to make my Tobago people proud. I want to go in Parliament and speak for you. And when I speak for you, you must say, that are we, gyal. That is what I want all to say. That is what I want you guys to say. I want that everywhere I go, I feel the love. I remember walking in Sherwood Park over the weekend, and I went by a gentleman's house. And when I introduced myself, he said, well, I am so, and I am the PNM coordinator. So we laughed because we were thirsty. We didn't have water at the time. He was drinking water from our cooler. I said, well, we just in the area, we walking. He said, well, all right, no problem. Well, is that love? I said, yeah, it's a love, no problem. You're willing to share some of your water? And he offered us water to drink. He's on one side of the fence. We are on another, but we are all Tobagonians. We are all Tobagonians here, and we are responsible for building our space. We are responsible for charting our future. We are responsible for embracing everybody, regardless, because we all born here. The politics, we could put that on a shelf. We could put the party on a shelf, because the party is made up of people first. And what is the party if the people suffering? What is the party if the people can't eat? What is the party if the people can't sleep at night because water dripping on their heads? And I will address certain comments on Wake Up Wednesday. The comments about take the roof and run. Like what we teach with children? To reward gratitude with ingratitude? Well, I am a mother and I would never teach my children that. Shame on you for even saying that. Shame on you. Nobody's loyalty should be tied to what somebody gives them. Everybody has a right to shelter. Everybody. But you are telling Tobago people to take the roof and run them. I don't want to start with that because my time is up. I'll continue tomorrow morning on Wake Up Wednesdays. So thank you for those of you who tuned in today. Thank you for spending the last 2 hours with me and Sean in the studio at Street 91.9 FM this morning. Thank you for all the comments that came through my live and the comments that came in on the text line. Yes. For those of you who tried to call in, I'm sorry again. I'm still working out how to work the board. So please bear with me. This is only my 7th day on radio, but I thank those of you who have religiously joined in to listen, to hear me speak, and to contribute to the discussion that needs to be had. It is very important at this time. I'm going to talk issues. I'm not interested in bacchanal. I'm going to talk the things that people need to hear, even the uncomfortable things that we need to hear, because we need our leaders to start being truthful. For far too long, we hearing the slick talk and the con artists come out. But we need the real. And I will present the real. I'm not afraid to present the real to you every morning between 7 and 9. Yes, it is hard. I am tired most times. I have very, very long days, but I look forward to interacting with you on a daily basis. So thank you guys for tuning in from your radios, online, on YouTube, on Facebook, and as well as my live. Thank you so much for coming on board today. Talk the Things Tuesdays. My name is Tasha Grace Boris, PDP candidate for Tobago West. I will be back with you tomorrow morning, God's Spare Life, from 7 a.m. again for Wake Up Wednesdays. Wake Up Wednesdays is usually fire. So tell your friends, share the live, make sure that you are online and locked in, listening. I want to engage with you. I want to hear what you have to say. This is just one of the platforms that I have. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to come into your homes and for you to just sit and listen and just be here with me. So once again, please, Tobago people, please, Trinbagonians, understand where your strength lies. You are our employers. Make us not forget that. And at the end of the day, be assured that whoever you hire and sign up for the work gets the job done. Have a good day.
Let me see your hand them, wait. Let me see your hand them.
Whoa, one love is the anthem.
Let me see your hand them, wait. Let me see your hand them.
I have love for the whole wide world with you at the center. You are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher. Whoa, one love is the anthem.
Let me see your hand them, wait. Let me see your hand them.
I have love for the whole wide world with you at the center. You are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher, higher.
We going down the road, hands in the air. People everywhere, love and unity is there. It's that time of year where we don't care. It don't matter where you're from, put your flag in the air. And represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
My people, do you listen? Tell me, do you hear? What is your position for the people? Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight, we gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight, so let
this yeah every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this we must relate. It's in your heart and soul. What love is the anthem? What love is the anthem?
'Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands. Why my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My God. Rise up, fallen suffers. Rise and take your stand again. He who fights and run away will live to fight another day. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? You people may talk. It's politics time again now. Are you gonna vote now? It's love and the war. It's the right and it's the duty of a citizen to vote. By upon them constitution, long time indeed a joke. Fed up of promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one armed, no one choose the color of them clothes now. But some just bring greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. Look, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? This is love and not war.
PNM, you know it was a lie. What you did to me was a sin. Just like that, you deceived me. And now, I cry because you have failed me. How dare you look for me after you betrayed me? Now, I have to walk away.
Sabes bien que fue un engaño,
I found
que me hiciste
the
un
way
pecado.
to
Así
forget
mismo me
you.
engañaste.
Another one.
Y lloras hoy porque fallaste.
PDP are the best.
¿Cómo tratas de buscarme? Después que tú me traicionaste, ahora tengo que alejarme.
People before politics.
Busqué la forma de olvidar.
Yeah.
Tell me why, oh why PNM makes you cry every night. I don't know why, oh why. Oh, I think you're too loyal.
Under the PNM whip, I still hear them say, them is die hard PNM till the dead. Is this the same PNM we give we hell? We make we go down on we knees and beg. Everything them ask for Tobago, we give them PNM, THA and central government. But yet still, we can't catch ourselves. Sea bridge, air bridge, agriculture debt. Taxpayers wanna know where 40 billion went. How much gone in the pocket of PNM friends? Cause all we see, the chief with a new BM. Few bucks, Jane and a little pavement.
Tell me why, oh why. Do you ride, do you stick by the side? BNM makes you cry every night. People, I see the pain in your eyes and don't know why, oh why. Oh. Tell me why you. I think you're too loyal. I think you do too much. PNM does nothing for you, girl. They're not real. That ain't the way love's supposed to be. PNM is not the one for you. What's in you, PDP will show you.
PDP are the best. God never get to beg more than we can take. Great exodus from this PNM wilderness. What's the night with the hammer? Crumble the PNM empire. PDP, the long-awaited savior. The mandate from the people will deliver. Page in Webster, page in Chamfa. This is the end of your tenure.
Tell me why, oh why? PNM makes you cry every night. You stay. I don't know why, oh why? You stay. I think you're too loyal.
Just now wait. PDP, within a few years, look how much we cover. PNM 63, yet Tobago suffer. Tobago age is just a number. Tobago vote them out of power. PDP swim the whole ocean fire. Just to make a statement that you deserve better.
I found the way to forget you.
Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Yeah. Cheers. In collaboration with Izzy.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
The handwriting is on the wall. PNM your empire. It done fall. Tobago, the oppressors you see today, don't worry, tomorrow they'd be gone. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. Call for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every PNM, you have been weighing the balances and found deficient. Cheers. In collaboration with Izzy. Yeah? PDP all the way.
Watching too, PDP, what that say? know Mr. Watson Duke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Let we bring Tobago back. Time for we to bust the truth. Up to now they buy a boat. Let we vote for the PDP. They go take care of all our week. From Tobago he take a swim. So everybody let me vote for him. And come on, we must agree. Let me vote for the PDP. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. PDP take back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. From now till tomorrow, PDP let me love up Tobago. Hey, you ever hear about the PDP? They go take care of all our we. They go make sure that we straight. And restore back all the faith. Watson Juki have a plan to help on Tobagonians. He understand what we need. So let we help the Tobago seed and let we take back Tobago. And let we love up Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP, PDP. That's we party, that's we party. Somebody say what's in juke, what's in juke. We moving with what's in juke. That's the truth. Tell them. And do you know Mr. Watson Juke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Stop riding the jackass back. Tobago need independence. Don't want to act in the dark for one cent. Late salaries and the healthcare. He go fix that once we put him there. Build back Tobago. Let me fix back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP. Say PDP. That's we party. We must agree. Somebody say what's in juke will help the youth. Say what's in juke and that's the truth. Once you come from Tobago, you know long time ago, we want to sustain ourselves. Don't depend on no one else. Fighting for self-governance, and we want independence. So we could decide how we live. Fix we own air and sea bridge, and then we take back Tobago. And then we love up Tobago. From now on tomorrow, tell them let we bring back Tobago. Somebody say PDP, say PDP. That's we party, must agree. Somebody say what's in juke, say what's in juke will help the youth. That's the truth. Say, and do you know about Tobago? Let me tell you about Tobago. We really love up with Tobago. You can know, pay much mother than. PDP, hey, calling way. Say PDP, they calling way. Hold it. PDP, they calling way. Yes, they calling way. Election day. Tell me where you say we voting for PDP. That's we party. When come to the election, tell them we voting Watson. We back in PDP, they have we back already. We fighting for Tobago, good leadership it must go. So we go be the champion, cause we moving with Watson. Say they calling way, PDP they calling way, they calling way. Who voting for PDP? Who voting for PDP? Just wave the banner, wave the banner, wave the banner. Hold it, PDP they calling way. Yes, they calling me election day. Tell me where you say we voting for PDP. That we part taking over Tobago. So the blessing must flow. Look how long we waiting. Still you keep debating. PDP is the party to make everyone happy. We come to take we own space. PDP now win the race. Calling way. Say PDP they calling way. Election they calling way. Way.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
What's to do? Dr. Melanie, Dr. Finn, Curtis Douglas, Nyron Leon, Alicia Patterson. Lift Tobago. Carolyn, Nikisha Martin, Avenel Beard, Dr. Ned, Teacher Folly, and Wayne Clark. Lift Tobago.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
fighter, the nurses, the doctor, every health worker. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every mother, every father, grandpa and grandma, school teacher, every pastor. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every sector, European worker, CPEP, the cleaner, the fisherman, the farmer. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
Time to take Tobago higher. EDP, we rising higher. It's time to take Tobago higher.
Speyside, Roxborough, Bell Garden, Mount St. George, Carla Hall, and Lambo. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Mariah, Lescato, Bethel, Mount Pleasant, Black Rock, and Canaan. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. EDP. Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. It's you and me. Lift Tobago high with EDP. Lift Tobago high. Oh, lift Tobago
For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Aye. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. To drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in an EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. Still crying out. Still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full the pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Aye. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Ashabi take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. Still crying out. Still crying out. Then I'm goodbye, bye-bye. Tell them write the concession speech, goodbye. Then I'm goodbye, bye-bye, bye-bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to surf Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to surf Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next day, executive. Now, come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black kerchief. Shorty go provide the food and drinks. Dr. Mel gone with some crab and dumpling. Don't be shy, tell me why you drinking. PDP turn to surf Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to surf Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. Bye, bye, bye. PNM goodbye. Goodbye, 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 bye, bye, bye. Write your concession speech. Tobago. We're praying for election to reach. Write the concession speech. Bye, bye. So we could breathe a sigh of relief. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games, hey, East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Aye. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. Still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. Still crying out. Still crying out.
Tobago for the DHA elections 2017. Vote the Progressive Democratic patrons with Watson, Duke and the team. Rock and come in. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, hey, hey. Watson, Duke, rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. White up the baby, Israel stampede. Oh Lord, I said rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in.
vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean, let rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember, vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Watson, you rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. Wake up the baby, Israel stamping. Oh Lord, I said rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in. Why Nikisha Martin, rock and step in. Nine only, rock and vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean, let rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember, vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Watson, you can team. Vote PDP. Vote the Progressive Democratic Patriots with Watson, Duke, and the team. Rock and come in.
For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games, hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. To drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shampa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke champa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in an EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke champa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in an EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games.
Yeah, Tobago. Tobago, this is your boy, Watson Duke, and I'm on air today with you for another 2 hours between 10 a.m. and 12 noon. Today, I'll be sharing with you some of the plans that a PDP political organization would be attempting to do. All right, I have my very good friend here with me on Facebook. We have Raquel Jack, my cousin. Cora Panting is watching. Greetings to you, Sister Cora. It's always a pleasure having someone as busy and as important as you tuning. Pamela Edmond, good morning. Lovely CDL, good morning. And we're going to have a lovely morning this morning as we try to place before each and every one of you the vision that the PDP have for Tobago. What makes the PDP better than the other political organization? Christine, good morning. Keisha, good morning. All right. So this morning I'm not defending myself. This morning I'm defending Tobago. You know, yesterday was a fight morning. I had to set the record straight. And so I did so. But today we're going to step up a little bit and we're going to engage in some serious conversations today about Tobago's development. If you're on the live, please share the live on your page and let's get this thing rolling. I'll be starting in just 1 or 2 minutes thereabout. Good night. Yeah, I'll probably show you one.
Speeches and promises again and again, to no avail. Election games, hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term, and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. What's them Duke and Tashia Boris? Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure.
As we try to advance the Tobago issues. All right, so let's get down to some issues now, people. I will ask myself some questions and I will try to answer. I won't have a rap with you this morning. So what makes the PDP different from the PNM, from other organizations? What makes the PDP different? I must admit to you that the difference is in the people who are carrying the PDP. Yeah? The difference is in the people who are carrying the PDP. Good morning to my brother Ansel Toppin. That's right. When you want to go Roxbury, you could shop by Toppin Matt, if I got the correct name. Right? My schoolmate, Margaret C. John Gatt. Got that correct. Lovable Ludes, etc. So what makes Tobago what makes the PDP different from the PNM? And the answer is in who is heading the PDP, who is heading the PNM. It is people that brings change in any single thing. It is not systems, it is not rules, it is people. Based on who the person is, you can't expect more. I want to put that simple answer before you. There is no difference in what we want for Tobago or what we would write. Almost every political organization would write the same thing for the island. one way or the other. But it is the people who lead the organization will determine whether or not they will pursue those objectives on behalf of the people. Now, I have in my hand here, let me prove that point, I have in my hand a document. Ayanna Webster Roy gave me this document, right? She gave me this document. Yeah, pretty document. And she was walking about here. She said, look at document. I took the document. And again I say, it is leadership this country is lacking. This country is not lacking policies. It's not lacking information. This country is not lacking systems. It is lacking leadership. Sasha Gabriel, this country is lacking leadership. Princess Williams, this country is lacking leadership. And I could say to you, Alana Elweds and Camille John, that you can find leadership in the PDP. We do not lack leadership in our party. Slim Chick, we do not lack leadership. But when you vote people like Ayanna Webster Roy, what you have instead of leadership, you have someone presenting a pretty document, and when they are talking about their track record, hear what they put in their track record. Listen to them. They say real representation, real results. Hear what she puts. She said repairing the seawall in Roxborough and hanging down. Well, Ansel Toppin, and we have many other business, Brent's Price, they have shops that are in between the Roxborough Main Road and the Roxborough seawall. They exist on that little piece of strip. And they can tell you that they are dealing with a seawall that is crumbling. The seawall is not fixed. So Ayanna, please tell the truth. Please tell the truth to the nation. When they say repairs to the seawall in Roxborough and hanging down, these things are incomplete. But she places them in her book as if they have been completed. In other words, P&M done with those things. They are done jobs. How many times have they built Bailey bridges, these wooden bridges, these temporary bridges, and in their mind, they put it as one of their key performance indicators achievement. Bow, I've achieved that. KPI, key performance indicators. We have achieved building a bridge, and that goes as one of the things they do. Again, real representation is in the people you choose. All right? Ideas are just ideas. You must ask yourself, who do you believe will pursue those ideas to your satisfaction and pursue ideas that are in keeping with your desire? So here we say the Roxborough Bruce Wall or Seawall desire is something that is a threat to all of the people, all of the businesses in particular that exist between the seawall and the main road in Roxborough. And they've been complaining. People live there too. I know Keith Leet live there. A couple of people live along that line, and they complain to me. She's from Roxborough, Ayanna Webster Roy, and she's saying they repair the seawall. Is that so? The answer is no. Can we believe her? No, because she's saying one thing, but doing a next. We are talking, what is the difference between PDP? What's the difference between Watson Duke and Ayanna Webster Roy? When I say something, I mean it. Or there's a very, very credible explanation for me to give you. Then she goes ahead embarrassing people, saying self-help and other grants delivered to constituents. Is that really representation? Self-help and other grants delivered to constituents? Since when that becomes the work of a minister to walk around with a bag of check self-help grants and give it out? Could you imagine that? Something has to be wrong. If the minister goes around with a bag of self-help grants and giving it out, something is wrong with that. That is not her work. And if it is not her work, why is she putting it there? Why is she claiming that she gave out self-help grants? That's not her work. Self-help grant is a department under self-help. And indeed, I'm alarmed to know that self-help has been given out grants, and there are several people in Roxborough and elsewhere who have sought to access the self-help grant, But Celestine, Julian Celestine, the man who was responsible, saying they ain't getting no money yet. It's my family. Them is paying them, but it's my family. Because Tobago small. Julian Celestine is saying, we ain't getting no money yet. Things tight. When I call the CEO from Self-Help in Trinidad, who's a Tobagonian from Plymouth, his name is Julian also, because he's my neighbor in Trinidad. We exist side by side on the same street, Abercrombie Street. All right, I also work in Trinidad. When I go, he said, Duke, anything I want, talk to me. When I tell him that these people need help, he take down the information, he sends someone to check it out, and no grant, no assistance. But I don't want to get hot this morning. Ayanna Webster Roy is boasting self-help and other grants delivered to the constituents. I will show you. Don't feel like making it up. You can't read it, but look at it right here. Self-help is back to front, and other grants delivered to constituents. Well, there are people in Tobago East who have been asking for self-help grant to fix their roof, to fix their toilet, to do different things on the house, to put up brace wall, and they got nothing. So why are you putting that there? I'm talking the difference between the PDP and PNM, the difference between Ayanna Webster Roy and Watson Duke, between Shamfa Kudjo and Tashia Grace Boris. There's a difference. Our word is our bond. Our word means something to us, and your word to us means something. We take you seriously. We do not play, and we do not use power to silence you. What is the difference between the candidates? Another thing that my friend, and by the way, Ayanna Webster and I may be related by family. We are related. The country is that small. Tobago is a very, very small country. Even the former chief secretary is related to me. His mother was a duke or something like that. Tobago is a small place, you know. Everybody's family. That's why when we run into each other, we have to be careful how we run into each other. Tobago is one family. Lord Nelson had sung the song right. All our we are one family. He said it in song. We have to be very careful. But Raul and I are no family. I must admit that. We are no family. She goes on further to say, installation of speed bumps near schools throughout Tobago East to safeguard children. That is one of her achievements. Is this really the minister in the state office of the Prime Minister? Is this the minister in the state office of the Prime Minister speaking to Tobago and saying she did work? What work did you do, Ayanna Webster Roy? She said, I did give out grants to the needy. Many persons didn't get those self-help grants, and besides that, that's not your portfolio. It is the portfolio of self-help. All right, to do that. The next thing she said, I built speed bumps throughout all of Tobago. So the school, but next to the schools and them, throughout Tobago East. She's saying that. Does that make sense? Did Ayanna Webster Roy go down on the road and put down speed bumps? That's the work of the THA. It is the THA will do that. So she's claiming wrong fame. And she's put it down in black and white since when she's responsible for putting down speed bumps next to school. She's claiming wrong fame. The difference between Ayanna Webster Roy and Watson Duke is this. We always speak the truth. We will tell you as it is. We will not give you a snake for a fish, nor a scorpion for an egg. We treat you with courtesy and with respect. I'm just debunking some fact here. She goes on to say that she gave assistance to numerous families in their time of need. Is that something to write? Is that a big accomplishment? So what? Everybody you give her $10 or $5. Everybody you buy a sweet drink and a roti for. That's something you have to put down for. To give assistance to families. Is it you who gave the assistance or the institutions? This is the difference between Ina Webster Roy and Watson Duke. When I help people, I do not mention that as a record. That thousands of people I would have helped, literally thousands, scores of thousands. I do not bring that here and boast. I am the real deal. Tashia Grace Boris, our candidate for Tobago West, she is the real deal, not Shamfa Kojo. All they are about is fashion and show. Fashion and show. She goes on further to send financial aid to various groups in the community. Financial aid. So is that the work that we have sent her down to Trinidad to do? Give financial aid to 1 or 2 people? Is that a big thing that she's putting that down in this pretty document here as one of her key achievements? Financial aid. I've literally given away hundreds of thousands of dollars to people. Literally. I've done it, but I do not come here and say I've given out financial aid. Let the people them talk that. It's not something for you to put down here. They are getting big over nonsense. That's what they are doing. Big over folly. Let's go further. She says she has a commitment from MP to erect a fueling facility for fishermen. A commitment from MP to erect a fueling facility for fishermen. But Ina Webster Roy, the fishermen in Plymouth do not even have a jetty. The jetty broke down and was never replaced. The fishermen in Portivere do not have a jetty. The fishermen in Speyside, jetty is crumbling right underneath their nose. All of that is in Tobago East. The jetty in Studley Park is being controlled by a contractor. I ain't calling him. Block off by a contractor. So let me understand one thing now. You claim that you love fishermen and you ask NP to erect a fueling station. Is that an achievement? You make a request. Is that an achievement? The difference between Watson Duke and Ina Webster Roy is that we get things done. All right? We get things done. In 2015, around December, the people of Roxborough, the fishermen didn't have lights on their jetty. 2015. Even though PNM was in that era for about 15 years, 16 years about, they did not have lights on their jetty in Roxborough. All the lights were damaged and it was shocking people. The people spoke to me. Listen what I did. I went and I demanded that they light the jetty to the House of Assembly representative. I could tell you, after I demanded that, they locked me up and charged me. But you know what? The lights came. The lights came. So who is the real performer? The fishermen in Roxborough from Storm Karen last year got several boats damaged. Several boats. They have appealed to TEMA, to fisheries, to the THA. All they got was run around. I came up there about 3-4 weeks ago. I said, what's going on with the boat? He said, nothing. I pulled out from my pocket, cash money. I said, go and buy the material. Let's start repairing the boats. I said, see this boat, I'll build over this boat. And we have now about 4 or 5 boats being repaired and rebuilt at the same time. And it's been done by free help from the Roxborough people and elsewhere. No one is being paid. This is what people do. But I do not go and boast about that. That's the difference between real representation. Self-help supposed to give man money to fix their roof and these things. They have not been giving people money. So I pull up by them. I say, look, your roof leaking? They say, yes. I say, all right, we're going to fix it. We go, we buy some galvanized, which they laugh at, few sheets of galvanized. We get the galvanized, we get guys to come help, put the galvanized on, and that is that. That's the difference between real representation between Ina Webster Roy and Watson Duke. It's the same thing between Shamfa Kudjo and Tashia Grace Boris. One wearing red bottoms and exercising whole day. You swear they want to be a model. Whole day they're running, whole day they're running. That treadmill is by the walking, whole day they're working, whole day they're working. And they live by the hairdresser, nails always done right up. You swear it's a fashion show. But I want to say to Shampa, if you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. But at least focus on the people work now. That you're supposed to have. How many persons were able to have their roof repaired through your influence? Answer those questions. What about the fishermen down here in the west? Several persons have lost the engine on the west side down here. How many of those engines have been replaced? How many times have they dug in their pocket and pull out things and look after the people's interests? They're taking state funds and give out grants, taking state funds and do things, and they put it on in the book that they did that. They are telling lies. I want to get hot today. Let me get a keep it on music day.
Much roof done cover fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out.
So for far too long we have been crying out, and what we have been getting from these representatives is misrepresentation. Misrepresentation. Darian, misrepresentation. Miss Kakru, misrepresentation. I want to put out to you, I'm getting sick reading this document by she created here. It's not worth the paper that it is written on. I put it aside before I throw up this morning. But let me tell you something, what the PDP plans. We plan to restore respect to every Tobagonian. No longer would you be laughed at, be mocked at, be seen as someone who's begging, depending on Trinidad. No. No. You give Tashia Grace Boris and myself those 2 seats, and I guarantee you, whether we hold the balance of power or not, we will rock Trinidad. We will rock Trinidad to its foundation, and we will bring real change in that parliament. The evidence is clear. I said it to you, the evidence is clear. I am not in the parliament, but from the outside of parliament, I've been able to create changes in the parliament. Because when we speak, they listen and they obey. I could list a few things for you again and again and again. We spoke about the boats. They bought old boat. They bring a barge to put your goods on. Don't forget that. They put a barge to put your goods on. And we spoke and we spoke and we spoke. And then we swam to Trinidad. We swam because we said we want new boats. We don't want no old boats, we want new boats. A few months later, the Prime Minister caved in. And he said he'll be buying 2 new boats for Tobago. He said buying 2 new boats for Tobago. All right? We have to be quite careful as to who we put in office. If you could dance a yard, you could dance abroad. Then we had the issue of the next major issue in Tobago. There are so many. I have to write them down. We have the issue of the new money, which is most recent, when they have the new money in Tobago, and there was no central bank facility. Tobagonians were told to come to Trinidad and exchange your money. Yes, Camille John, that's only paper they're doing. Paperwork, no real work. And get the money exchanged. We made noise right from the Facebook. They heard and they responded. That to me, Central Bank came to Tobago. That's work. That is what I want Ina Webster Roy to do. Nowhere in this did she say she's responsible for new boats. Nowhere in this did she say that she's responsible for Central Bank coming to Tobago. But I can see I'm responsible for the 2 boats. I can see I'm responsible for Central Bank coming to Tobago. I can see I saved Tobago from indebtedness. I can say I saved Tobago from becoming slaves to Sanders, who was coming to destroy the wetlands and make us water fetchers, bellboys, and taxi drivers. That's all they wanted to do. Because all the cushy-mushy jobs were for themselves. All those jobs were for themselves. And they got full control over the plantation. They even got control over the PM, who was willing to spend between $2 to $8 billion to ensure Sanders come. And they credit me with stopping Sanders. That is a big fame. If the Prime Minister and the former Chief Secretary credit me with Sanders, I say them Watson Duke and Tashia Grace Boris, we are deserving to be placed in the Parliament. We are different. When we speak, they listen. And when we act on behalf of Tobago. These are the facts. You want to know what's the difference? The difference is in the people. The difference is in the people. If we had no value, there would have been no fight with us. If we had no value, there would have been no fight at all with us. But because we have value, because we have substance, they are fighting us down. Remember, the Representation of the People Act is so clear. That is where democracy really demonstrates itself, in the Representation of the People Act. And it says the only way a person could be debarred from contesting an election is if the person is bankrupt. I want you to learn it, you know. If the person is bankrupt, if the person has some certification that he's mad, mentally infirmed, where he cannot think straight, act straight, or if the person is on a criminal conviction, serving a sentence of 6 months and more. That is the law. For years, the law exists. Throughout the world, we have seen several persons who were in prison move from prison to prestige. Let's go way back to Bible days. The first man who did that was Joseph. If you read the book of Genesis, and I know Tobago people like to read Bible. If you read the book of Genesis, you will understand that Joseph was sold as a slave, went down to Egypt. The man good looking, the man strong. The man was a kind of Watson Duke brand. Right? The man good looking, the man strong. The man was a Watson Duke brand. Potiphar's wife, see the man, tried to run upon the man. The man said, no. The man ran out from there. She ripped off the man's clothes and started to cry because she felt embarrassed. And she said, Joseph raped me. That's the first story of rape in the Bible in Genesis. It is there. The man was a hard-working, ambitious man, you know. The man was in charge of Potiphar's house. The man was responsible for everything. Potiphar was like the prison commissioner or the commissioner of police. Put away. And the man went to prison for a crime he never committed. He spent years there. But God don't sleep. While in prison, Pharaoh had a dream. And I know Rowley get a dream, you know. I know Pharaoh Rowley get a dream, you know. Pharaoh Rowley get a dream. The Pharaoh had a dream and he could not understand the dream. And while he was looking, he get all the Obeah and them, Rowley, from Lescatu and all about the place. He get all the Obeah and them to interpret what the dream mean. They couldn't interpret it. So they sent for Pharaoh, and when they went for Pharaoh, so they sent for Joseph, and Joseph came out of the prison. Joseph said, I can't interpret dreams, but he says a God who could interpret dreams. He didn't take any credit for himself. And Joseph interpreted the dream. And he said, this is what the dream means. There'll be 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine. But during the plenty, you have, it's 5 or 7, I can't remember which one. But some years are plenty and some years are famine, equal amount of years. You will have to store up grain and things during the years of plenty for when the evil days come. And he said, Joseph said, find a man who could do that. And as Joseph was about to head back in the prison cell, he said, no, hold on. Who is the best person I could find but you? He said, look, I want you to be right underneath me. I'll move you from the prison right now. I will forgive you. You are a wise man. You govern this thing. And that's how Joseph left prison. He was able to remove himself from the rape charge they put on him, and from serving time, and from being condemned to death, to come and rule. Who was the one who cleared his name? Pharaoh. I want to say to you, Rowley, Rowley, you cleared my name. You answer that. Let me take some music, go for a break, and drink some water and come back. Rowley cleared my name. I will tell that Rowley cleared my name. I'll come back with that.
Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change.
All right, let's demand the tail change, Tobago. I want to tell Rowley that you cleared my name, and I want you to answer that. You see, when they set me up, you know, in May of 2016, I never forget that setup. Folks, when it happened, it was like a gunshot. You don't get shoot already, and I recognize there's nothing you can do to change it, but to face it. When they shot me, the PNM, they set me up with that, and they want to come again with a similar event. When they set me up in 2016, folks, May 2016, mark the date down. Because I'm a fighter, I'm a survivor, Rowley. I'll tell you how Rowley cleared my name. How Rowley make my name great again. They'll help me in the Port of Spain prisons there. 4 nights, 5 days. Never forget that. A hard piece of 12x4. When I had to mess in a hole in the ground. Understand that, you know? That was supposed to be my end. That was supposed to break me. Just like Joseph, I get set up. But like Joseph, I believe in a God above. My mother was a praying woman. And they forget that, though she died now. My mother was a praying woman. My grandmother was a praying woman. And my father is a praying man. So was my grandfather. We are praying people. We know which tribe we come from. I say, my name is Watson Duke by chance. There's royalty in my veins. Literal royalty. I could walk off from here and end up in Africa and go to my tribe and they will see my face and recognize me. Because genes don't leave people. So, after spending that there, one night, while I was down there, I got the call from the heavens above. He said, Watson, I will take you out of here and I will make you great. I will make you the ruler over Trinidad and Tobago. I said, God, what are you saying? He said, yes. I said, okay, Father. I said, I believe your word. At the same time, a jailer, you know, this thing's so heavy. It's so heavy. This thing is so real. Wanna shed a light for me, please. Let the story be told in every nook and every cranny. At that hour, while down there in that place, because when you're inside a cartel night from day, it's lights on in your eyes all the time, lights on in your eyes. They don't ever take off lights. And there's a funky scent throughout it. I got up, not knowing the time, just like Joseph. And as the jailer passed by, I said, hey. He said, yeah. I said, what time it is? Because when you're inside, all they want to know is what time it is. You just miss it. He said 1 o'clock or 1:30, somewhere about, he said. I said, okay, so hear this. I said, let me tell you this. I said, in 3 months' time, I will come out from here and I will build back my name. And I will erase that stigma they're trying to place on me. I will erase that stigma they're trying to place on me. And only God can do that. Case can't go nowhere. It can't go anywhere. I say that today confidently. Because God in charge. God is in charge. And he's a setup. Enough on that. So when I said that to them, I came out from them on May the 15th, somewhere when I came out. Right? And I was determined to continue that which I started, which is to represent the people of Tobago. I was not elected to anything. Anna Webster Roy was tripsing and mincing up and down the place. She's representative. King Papa Rowley was the prime minister. I was just a cog in the wheel. Nothing. But it was 2016. And January 2017 was election. And when I look at January 2016, 2017 for the theatre election, I said, God, what should I do? He said, you have to run the election and go with all the charges on your back. I'm going to tell you how Rowley claimed me. He said, you take all the charges on your back and you go into the 2017 theatre election. He said, you go. I said, God, I have no money. He said, take all your savings, take what you have, and you pump it into that. I am with you. He said, lo, I am with you. All you know the scripture. All you know the scripture. He said, I will be with you until the end of the age. And so I approached prayer. I said, God, I'm going forward, God. And I turned to a young lady. I said, young lady, how are you going? I said, I want you to run with me. She's a young lady who was studying law. Actually, had done law. Brilliant mind. I was still a brilliant person. And she was the first person to jump out and say, Watson, I am with you. It was the first person I launched in my campaign. She was willing and she was brave, and I was happy. And in July 2016, after all this charge they placed on me, I was able to run out. Let's leave that man different, please. Shirley Benjamin, why all of those come on my thing and try to? All right, good. Let's
I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Aye. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. like your vex. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke some for Anayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in an EBC, don't check what a celebrate.
All right. So, right, thank you. So I'm saying to you, I was able to pull a team together in 6 months' time and pull funds together. And I was able, folks, to fight against the PNM. And let me tell you how Rowley cleared my name. Rowley came to Tobago, and Rowley was able to say that Watson Duke is on a charge. Don't trust him with all your young women. Watson Duke is on this. He, Al-Wari, and the bald-head one, Camille Robinson Regis. Up, they have my name in their mouth. Some mysterious person dropped flyers by every single body house door in the East constituency, stating Watson Duke going to prison, etc. This thing here tie up, boy. Shock this thing here. Alright. Give me 1 second. The thing might tie up here under the ground here. The wheels tie up. Alright. Sorry about that, people. Wow. Hope alright. Sorry about that. This was tied up a bit, so I had to organize this. Alright. So I hope I'm coming through clearly there. Alright, 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 my good, right. Make sure I'm hearing you clearly, right. So where I was. They bad talk my name up and down, left, right, and center. Don't vote for Watson Duke. Don't vote for same thing. 2017 was hot. I couldn't fight back against them. I couldn't. When we went to the polls, Tobago East people came out in my constituency and they voted for me resoundingly. The highest voter turnout. When I won, the people threw me on their back and they started to cry. Some saying Mandela, some saying our freedom fighter. Roxborough was a mess that night. The streets were filled with people. Hundreds, literally hundreds of persons, maybe thousands of persons came out at 10, 11 o'clock in the night to say, Watson, we're glad you win. We're glad you have your voice. Farley came down from Space side and it joined me, and it was mass. Persons came as far as from Scarborough giving support. But Rowley isn't claiming him as yet. Then, on the 23rd of January, 2017, it was the day for me to receive my instruments. And that's the day when Rowley cleared my name. On that day, and I want you to answer that. On that day, people, the president at that time, Carmona, was there. And Carmona said, hey, you know what? He said, I am here to give instruments of appointment. And he gives it to the chief secretary. At that time, it was Kelvin Charles. He gave deputy chief secretary to Joel Jacques. And then the next person he gave it to was Watson Duke, minority leader. If I, Watson Solomon Duke, was a foul of the law, if I did something, if my crimes that they claim I commit, if the charges I have against me were so wrong, why did the president give me instruments of appointment? But more than that, Rowley was there. Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley was there. He sat right there. He and his wife, Mrs. Sharon Rowley, they sat right there. Al-Wari was there. They sat right there. As David said, he prepared it before me in the presence of my enemies. A table. Lord have mercy today. He anointed my head with oil. Lord have mercy today. In who? The presence. In who? The presence. Say it to me earlier. In with who? The presence of who? My enemies. My enemies were all around me. The PNM people were all around me. Those who bad talk me and had my name as if I have no mother, I have no wife, I have no girl child, who try to done and destroy my credibility, that dream begin to come alive. On that moment, it was an emotional moment. Because I sat there and I heard my name, Minority Leader Watson Duke. As I went up, the president sweared, he gave me the documents, which I still have today, as the minority leader. I was the first minority leader after the first 4 years of silence. Since 1980, there has never been a Tobago House of Assembly without an opposition. I'll repeat, since 1980, there has never been a Tobago House of Assembly without an opposition. There's always been an opposition, except when Ashford Jack tried to become Chief Secretary and they wiped him out clean. He failed. Yeah? Ashford Jack made an attempt to become Chief Secretary and they wiped him clean off the slate. And we had silence in Tobago for 4 years. I couldn't take the silence. The silence was deafening. The silence was hurting me. As a man who loved people, I couldn't take it. And God placed it into my heart while I was behind jail bars. I saw the vision. And God said, go forward. I am with you. Lo, I am with you. And I went forward. And I want to say to them, no demon, no jumping, no obia people can't affect my stride. Because lo, I walk through the valley and the shadow of death. I shall fear no evil. Tashia Grace Boris shall fear no evil. As the old people say, we shall fear no evil. Because God is with me. Winston Ragu, God is with me. Anthony Price, God is with me. Christine Ryan, God is with me. Sister Cora, Cousin Cora, God is with me. My mother died when I became the president of the PSA, and she was my biggest supporter. And when she died, I felt it. I knew I've left, and I knew my biggest supporter has left me. I was the last child. And to see your last child become a man and move into a position of prominence, a street man, very educated, but I always will say I'm a street man, move up the ranks to become the president at the PSA in my 30s was a great achievement for her. But she left me without guidance, political guidance. And so I was doing politics on my own now, only me and God. No big supporters. One big PNM man came to me. He said to me, that was earlier before I ran as an independent person. He said, Watson Duke, I want you to meet Dr. Rowley. I said, two of us are two man rat. Two of us are two man rat. I said, we can't mix, right? Because I know that when Dr. Rowley looks at me, he sees a better version of himself. And he becomes envious. He becomes like that woman in that fairy tale story that says, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? He can't take it. When you put myself and Dr. Rowley juxtaposition, who is the better leader? I am far the better leader than him. And it worries him. So, the PNM set me up. But God was about to do something in my life. Something which I will forever give him praise. And my success has nothing to do with my brilliance. It has everything to do with God. It has everything to do with God. Every single thing. As David said, magnify the Lord with me. Help me to magnify and help me to big up God's name today. Because when God walked, man does struck. And if they think this election is a flesh and blood election, if they think election 2020, mark my words today, if they think 2020 election is a flesh and blood election, mark it. It is a spiritual election. I was born for this moment. And they can't stop it. They can't stop it. I will tell you something again. I'll go back and show some spiritual things here. I'm not a righteous man, but God does choose whomsoever he wants to choose. He chose Samson, he chose David, he chose Moses. He does choose whomsoever he wants to choose. God does choose ordinary men to do extraordinary things. So don't think for 1 second that I am here pretending I'm holy. I am not, but God is. God is. So Rowley stood there. Rowley watched me gain my appointment. And as I was walking down, Rowley shook my hand and said, welcome. Hey, hey! I say that after I got my instruments of appointment, my documents, as I was walking down, Rowley pushed out his hand and shook my hand. The same man that was charged, the same man he said, don't vote for. What he meant is, welcome to the club, boy. Welcome. I want to ask Rowley, didn't you shake my hand? Or if you don't understand bad English, right? Did you shake my hand, Dr. Rowley? Did you shake my hand? Did you stood and witness me, as David say, anointed by the hands of God in your presence, your Alwari presence? Didn't you all? Yes. The answer is yes. I want to tell you there is still power in the name of God. Not one jot or one tittle of his word will pass away. The Bible says heaven and earth will mash up, will break up before one jot or tittle of his word pass away. God says he watch over his word to perform it. As the dew come down from heaven and the rain come down and does not return until it accomplishes the thing that God sends it to, so God says the word that comes out of my mouth does not return to me void unless it accomplishes the thing I sent it to. So when God said, let there be light, there was light. When he said, let there be dry ground, there was dry ground. When he told Moses, speak to the rock, he speak to the rock. When God told Moses, stretch forth your rod and cross the sea was opened up. Understand this. Spiritual things are spiritually discerned. This elections is spiritual. There's a curse placed upon Trinidad and Tobago. There is a curse. And this is why we are so prosperous, yet we are in so much poverty. There are people in Trinidad who are suffering. There are people in Tobago who are suffering. And when God gets ready to do something, he looks for the little man minding the sheep. He's looking for the little David. The man where don't look too much. He looks for the man who kind of bossy. Because David was a bossy kind of fella. Yes, God does take you as you are. He said, once you make yourself available, I will use you. So this morning, and when I created PDP, it was me just making myself available and saying like the singer say, if you can use anything, Lord, you can use me. Hey, help me sing that song then. If you can use anything, because that's what I know. And I want to let people know, I am not trusting in the chariots of Egypt. No man can get me to trust in them kind of things. I will trust in the name of God and God alone. He is the one I look to for salvation. He is the one that came to my help. Let me take a little bit of music here.
PNM completes our next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes our next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020.
So we'll be going to the cause right now. I want to ask the question to people. Do you think this election is a spiritual election? It's a different election from the West. God is about to do something in this election here. Right? God is about to do something in this election. And I want you to be ready to watch the hands of God move. It's like Moses said to the children of Israel, the Egyptians you see today, you will see no more. Tobago, your oppressors you see today, you will not see them after the 10th of August. For God will bury them. God will take them away from you. We have the calls coming in. 717-9591. Let's go to the first call. I already missed that call. But the question is, do you believe this election is different? Could you feel a difference in the air? Can you feel it? Let's go to this call. Good morning. Hello? Call. We're not hearing that call at all. We're going to try again one more time. Call back again. Feel free to call in. All right, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Right. This was the same girl who called yesterday. Uncle, I never get you. But while they was talking, it was very spiritual. You understand? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Come again, please. While I was talking, go ahead.
Yeah. While they was talking, my pulse was raising. Because the truth, who know about Jesus Christ will understand is the truth you was talking. And this election, it is a spiritual election.
Thank you, my sister. You have been so truthful with this thing here. So truthful with this thing. All right? So truthful you have been with this thing because I can feel it in the air. I can literally feel it. This is different. People of Trinidad and Tobago, this election is different. God is able to still slay Goliath with a sling and a stone. I have no money. I have no money like the PNM. I have no money. I have no support like the PNM. They have almost every single thing. They have almost every single thing. I have nothing compared to them. They have everything. But what I have is Jesus. What I have is you, the people. Folks, that's why I know. Right? A man could choose what he wants to know, but I know about God. All right? I don't see him the way some people see him, but I see God the way I see him. And I'm a testimony that God is real. Let's go to the next call here. Yes, good morning.
Mr. Duke, pleasant good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Mr. Winston Ragu here.
Hey, my brother Winston, man. Greetings, man. Greetings. Love.
Listen, we behind you 100% in Tobago. Let me tell you something. I had 2 properties for more than 15 years in Tobago Plantation. And that kid, Christopher Rowley, made me sell my 2 properties because of in Tobago. With the fiasco with the sea bridge and the air bridge. Let me tell you something. Tobago has been down for far too long under the PNM government. And I tell you, I support the UNC and I support you in Tobago. You know me. When I give you my support is 100%.
I know you will.
People need to open their eyes. I will be in Tobago on the 11th of August celebrating what is happening in Trinidad. Let me tell you something. Far too long Tobagonian is billions of dollars have been invested in Tobago. You can imagine Tobago don't have a port for boats like my boat to drive from Trinidad and pull up, park up, get fuel, get water. Tobago has been like that for decades. And I tell you today, the people of Tobago want change. They are on the right track. Everybody must stand behind you and that young lady. And I will tell you today, and I don't predict nothing wrong, as I predict all the time, 27 prediction. you will win the 2 seats in Tobago, no matter what. If the people's eyes are closed in Tobago, they want it closed. But let me tell you something. You are the future to build Tobago. Everybody know me in Trinidad. I am hosting a protest in the front of the Whitehall on Thursday, the 16th from 12 to 4 to bring back people home. Do you know Rohan Sinanan's daughter came back to Trinidad on a jet with a dog from Spain? No quarantine, but Keith Rowley wants to bring 250 person on CPL. I am saying, I saw a lady crying in Tobago saying she wants to come back home. Her mother has died. People's family are dying. But Keith Rowley coming to Tobago to warn the people about he wouldn't forget them if they vote for them. I don't want to say that bad on your radio program. But Keith Rowley have to understand, nobody want him in Trinidad. Nobody want him in Tobago. I think Delcy Rodriguez and Nicolas Maduro have a better place for Keith Rowley before the devil take part of it. Let me tell you something. You stay strong, brother, and raise the people in Tobago. And if you need our support, we will come from Trinidad and come to Tobago and support you, because I want to come back to Tobago. I want to buy back a house in Tobago because I love Tobago. But not under Keith Rowley, not under this failed PNM government. You will rise in Tobago. You are the future of Tobago. I have said this to everybody in Trinidad. And if everybody listening on your program, I will continue to share your program. I'll continue to support you. And I'm sure the people of Trinidad support you, my brother. You have 100% of the people in Trinidad supporting you for your seat in Tobago. God bless you, and you will win those 2 seats. Just keep strong and keep faith. God is always by the people's side. We have followers, but without a leader, we can't have followers, and you will be the leader, and the people can follow after.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much for sharing. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, my brother. How are you going?
Not too bad.
Yes, you said something this morning that really resonated with me and so on. When you mentioned that when God used people, He didn't use perfect people in truth. He used people of all different kind of life to make a particular point or to bring out what He wanted to achieve and so on. And that's why I believe the calling this time is right for you and so on. Yeah? I really,
thank you.
Yeah, that. Yeah, really, I didn't look at it that way, but I really see it in that. Yeah? So you continue to do the hard work. Let's continue to build and so on, and we'll get the support.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
In an EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Shabi take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster.
Remember the numbers to call: 717-9591. We want to engage with you. Do you think this election is one of a spiritual nature rather than a physical nature? Look, we have COVID. It has to change the way we campaign. We have a different vibes in the air. I can feel it. I believe this is a moment for Tobago to break free. This is a moment we get to press reset and to fix those things that we have been attempting to fix for a very long time. I want you to join me in conversation this morning and ask me, do you feel there's a level of spiritual difference in the air? Calling 717-9591.
Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. What's the Duke and Tashia Boris? Flush
Good morning, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Feeling the vibes. Believe me, when this gentleman was talking, and even before, when you were talking, I feel my pulse is raising. I just started praying. But we have to pray against all these spiritual assignments that will be issued. It's not going to happen like what happened the last time, but there's a difference. And I know when God say yes, nobody could say no. So we believe, and we have your back. because it's time for Tobago to arise to its next level. Too much keep down. It's time for us to arise. So go on with what you are doing. God bless you.
Thank you so much, my sister, for the spiritual affirmation this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, the Spirit of the Lord is with the PDP party. I'm calling from Tobago, and I know that everything is going to be right with this party. I was a party member one time in another party called it Forwards. And when I get out and I join in this party, the PDP party I joined, I realized that that was the right party for me.
Thank you.
I'm an older person now, but still, I have the love within my body, my soul, and I know that God is with me also. So you, brother, you stay strong. And the sister that was on the radio, I was listening to.
Tashia Grace Boris, a wonderful
You
person.
have love,
Wonderful person.
conquers all, right? So don't be afraid. Stay strong and may God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing with us, my brother. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have 100% support from this household. You don't know me, I don't know you, but you have 100% support from this household. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your support. We really appreciate it.
All right.
Nice.
PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. To drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke champa and Ayana from the.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this the house, the PDP party today?
Yes, sir. You're on live with this political leader, Watson Solomon Duke, sir. It's glad to have you in the house.
Can I make a contribution? I'm calling from...
Yes, sir. You can make a contribution, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead. Make a contribution. We're listening to you. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Okay. Well, I have spent 2 years in Tobago in the gas plant. Okay? And Tobago is a wonderful place. Real wonderful place. The people is nice. And I would like to say a lot of places that need development, like waterfalls and what have you. Very sightseeing, very nice place, things like that. And I would like to see some development being done to those places. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. All right, so the numbers to call again, 717-9591. Yes, good morning.
Yeah,
we have North Carolina in the house, man, people. North Carolina.
Yeah, brother, what else? Hello?
Go right ahead, sir. Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah. I want to know how soon we can get some flags.
All right, I can't say it out here, but it's not short. I don't want to stop with rain, you know what I mean? It's not short. You should get it in a very short time. If I say when, they may try to block it now. You know them operating already. But by next week, you should get something by next week, definitely. By next week. All right?
We need not to not take this election for granted. Eh? We need to do the work we had to do to get people to come out and vote. And I know once we get people to come out and vote, there's no way PNM going to win this election. So we had to do the groundwork.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much for pitching in and giving us that wise advice and timely advice. Thank you a million. Good morning.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
Watson Solomon Duke for president, for prime minister, for THSX. All right. I want us to change the narrative.
Yeah, well.
Coronavirus. Now, the coronavirus is what is causing the pandemic. We don't have it in Trinidad and Tobago. What they are pushing next is the COVID. That is certificate of vaccination ID. Listen to the people that are talking, the people that are behind it, the people that are behind those who are the brain people, the Fauci and the Bill Gates and the international people that we have signed on to. We are also Bible-believing people. And if Revelation said, all the leaders of the world have given their power to the beast, we are seeing that they are be controlled by what is being going on with this so-called virus. If it was so powerful, wouldn't it have come with the Sahara dust? That is the work of God. Sahara dust could blow from Africa to the Caribbean, but the corona can't do that because it's man-controlled, it's man-made. And we have to push the narrative now where they want to come. And the Prime Minister said everybody in Trinidad and Tobago has to have a new form of ID. The Minister of Finance said we have to change to a cashless society. So how would we be doing business? Isaiah 24 told us no one could buy or sell without a chip in their hand. Revelation come back and said the same thing. So the preparation of washing your hand 1,000 times a day is in preparation for this chip that will be put in your hand, and you are being controlled. They know where you are, they know where to locate you, they know to do your business. You cannot buy, sell, travel, nor work without that chip in your body. People, open your eyes. Even people in the church, the jokers who are in the church, don't cut me off there.
Yeah, but we don't want you to spend too long, though.
They're singing, eh?
We don't want you to spend too long.
With the mask off. They're preaching with the mask off, and then they put it on to come out of the church. That is hypocrisy. Where now is your God? Where now is the Jehovah that we believe in? We are jokers in this place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, my dear sister. All right, let's go back to some PDP.
Next time, man, we still crying out for far too long.
717-9591 717-9591. There's a moment to engage us. Is this a regular, normal, run-of-the-mill election? Or there's a spiritual kind of undertone to this election? All right, so call the number 717-9591.
The oppressor, the slave master, what a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever.
I wish to draw another parallel. Let me take this call. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, is this Mr. Watson Duke?
Yes, it is.
Thanks for taking my call. I know you're on the radio. I actually thought I was calling the radio.
Yes, it is a radio. Yeah, you're on live.
I'm on live. Okay, I want you to know that I'm happy that you're running for my constituent and very proud of you. I know you're going to do good things and you have new plans, you know, innovative things to make Tobago a better place. Okay? Although I overheard some people complaining and quarreling in reference to whose people is voting for, that they would know because they work with the election board where you go and vote. They would know who voting for who, and all this kind of nonsense, and I don't think that was right. But I'm hoping that we have a fair count and that all goes well. You have my blessings, and I know the people of Tobago, especially the young people who thinking forward for a better Tobago, are happy with you running.
Thank you so much, my dear sister, for calling and sharing with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Demand the change, set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail, election games. Hey! East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote.
Prior to me becoming the president of the PSA, I will show you a parallel there. I had ascended to become the leader of the WASA trade union movement in 2007. I did extremely well. But the then president, Jennifer Baptiste Primus, who was the president of the PSA, she saw something in me that I didn't know exists until she spoke of it. And I will show you the parallel. I became the president in 2007 of WASA union, that is, or the chairman of the union. And after a few weeks in office, the president of the PSA, who was my senior, that's Jennifer Baptiste Primus, she made a mad dash to destroy me once and for all. She saw me working on behalf of the WASA people, and she felt I was undermining her authority. I was simply trying to negotiate with the CEO, asking for monies owed to WASA workers and to engage him in discussions, etc. And she felt that she felt at that time I should not have sought a meeting with the CEO of WASA. That was Errol Grimes at the time. And she conspired with the management. And the next day I came to my union office at WASA. I met all the locks changed. And I got a letter stating to go back to Tobago. I was in Trinidad at that time. Go back to Tobago. Not to carry out any union work down here. And she further said to appear before the General Council in December 2007 to answer questions. At that moment, I was a bit confused, but there's a part in me, like I said, I know my tribe I come from. We do not run away from trouble. We just run into it. And I decided I was not leaving Trinidad. I was staying and I would fight. I'll let you know how I become the president of the PSA. Yeah? I had no intention of being the president of the PSA. No intention at all whatsoever. Then I decided to call a WASA meeting on the 17th, I think it was, of November. I was wearing a pink shirt that day. I used to coast a ball head at WASA Trinidad, head office in Joseph. Scores of workers came downstairs to hear what we are going to do now that Jennifer is trying to destroy the union and has taken away all my positions from me, everything. Insofar as me kind of work for the people, what we will do. And the media came. At that time, the young lady who's now reading news on TV6, Deja, she was a reporter. Kamal, the old reporters. Hima, she was now trying to be a news person. As a matter of fact, on that day, I did my first interview with Hima, 2007. Mark, that's how long I run? And it took very long. I went down on CTV at that time, and she was just reading the news, and she interviewed me live on CTV. I was wearing a pink shirt in that day. It is that very same week I'm trying to battle for survival in Trinidad. I just cannot turn my back on Wassa. I had to defend the workers who elected me. So I say, I'm not going back to Tobago. Let them fire me. I'm not going back. That same week, the president, Jennifer Baptiste Primus, was being interviewed on 95.5, Dale and Tony. That's something I don't ever forget. And she was saying something that was very prophetic. She said, Dale, the likes of them will never ever get control of this PSA. Watson Duke is from a different union. Here I'm saying, I'll find the record and play for you if I have it still. She said, Watson Duke and them is from a different union. The likes of them will never get control of this PSA. They will never get control of this PSA. He's not PSA. She was saying that. At that moment, something came to me and said, Watson, you are the next president of the PSA. You are the next president of the PSA. From that moment, I began to fight as never before, not knowing what the outcome was. Jennifer, between that time and me being the president, gave me about 40 charges within the PSA. Eventually, Jennifer expelled me from the PSA as a union member. They expelled me from the PSA. Wassa wrote me a letter and said, Watson, tell me why Wassa shouldn't fire you by 3 o'clock this evening. I got the letter about midday, and they told me to respond by 3 o'clock. Why they shouldn't fire me for abandoning my job. All I think is one fight I go through, that was 2007. The truth be told, I never cower under pressure. I fought back hard. Eventually, they expelled me from the union, and I fought back hard too. I took my own money. You think it's not I spending money? I spent money a long time. That matter cost me over $500,000 of my money. We fought to defend a $50 membership. It was crazy. For 2 years, 2007, 2008 to 2009, I fought against the president, and I won several court judgments against her. The last one I won was when they expelled me from the union. I got back my membership. And when I got back my membership, I contested elections. And they laughed and said it was a pickup side because I was young and I was strong and I wasn't all that familiar with everything. They said it was a pickup side. Nobody voting for them. But when God walked Manda struck, and in November of 2009, when the election was called, I was in Tobago, my team working hard on the ground, bringing out the votes, because you're talking about over 5,000 persons in the Wassa, well, in PSA, 80,000 persons we're talking about, yeah? So it's like a real election. You have to campaign, you have to get transport to move people, you have polling stations, etc. In 2009, we ran an election on the ground. And Jennifer had food upstairs, drinks upstairs on the rooftop. Who was who on the rooftop? Big party. But when the results started coming in, they get sick. They get nauseous. They couldn't eat. They couldn't drink. The results show to every one vote they got, we got 2 more. The little pickup side flogged them. And I saw Jennifer Baptiste's protege, who was acting on her behalf, Stephen Thomas. I saw the man cry. Because he never believed this little young boy, who didn't have the experience like them, was able to run the union. When I took over the union in November 2009, as a young man in my 30s, never running anything as big as that, no one handed over any single thing to me. No one showed me how to solve a grievance at that level, because I was a Wassa, I understand Wassa, but the public service is a different place. Civil servants are different kind of people to Wassa people, different kind, totally different. Thousands of people. But I told her something, when God was with you, it's a different thing. I was able to begin to fight because I love people, and I love my work, and I dedicated. And I began to fight until I won some of the biggest victories for WASA workers and the entire public service till now. I want to pause and tell the public servants who worry about money. Do worry about money. After the 10th, money come in. After the 10th of August, money come in. We will sort it out. The year would not end without you receiving some monies. The year wouldn't end. That's on my priority list. But for me to attend to that, I have to go to a higher level. Now the parallels. We are now in 2020, 11 years later since I'm president of the PSA. Rowley and his government has several matters against me. I have no matters in court against any individual. No individual has taken me to court, none, at this point in time. None. Every matter I have is against the state. They say I go and interfere with some fire alarm in Arima Borough Corporation. And the mayor, who is now running as a politician, not running for a political seat, was behind that. Folks, they sent police in my home. I said they, I don't know who. They sent police in my home to kill me. Let me let you know that they sent police in my home. I can't remember the month. I think it was December 2000. I can't remember. To literally kill me at that time. My wife and my 3 children were living at one Woodbrook Place, a gated community. Thank God it wasn't on the ground floor, on one of the higher floors. And 1 o'clock in the morning, the devil always liked them hours, but God loved those hours too. Armed police in riot gears and submachine gun came into the lobby at 1 Woodbrook Place, saying that they want to go to my apartment. There are 3 towers in 1 Woodbrook Place, so they have to know which tower they're going to, and every door looks alike. They have to know which door they're kicking down. So they have to get directions. They want to know where Watson Duke live. So, and they say, why? They said he has a domestic disturbance in his home. A man by the name of, I'm not calling him. Let me leave his name alone. But I know the name. Heavily armed, they called, my wife phone rang, and obviously, being a real man, if your wife phone ring that all the night, you want to know who calling? I say, what? She said, is the concierge with the receptionist downstairs? I said, well, yeah. I said, yeah. She said, they said police downstairs want to come upstairs saying they have a disturbance. We were asleep. I've never quarreled with my wife, never. All the loud that has been loud, I don't ever loud up on my wife, nor my children. I don't ever do that. All right? As for enemies and haters, I was getting fire and brimstone. I make for you. Fire and brimstone make for enemies and haters. All that do like me, I do like all the two. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. But those I love, I protect them. They called back again. They said, the police said they have to come upstairs. Will you allow them up? I said, no. I took the phone, I said, what they want? So they heard some disturbance and they must come and check it out. I said, well, there's no disturbance here. 1 o'clock in the morning, yeah? Then they called back again 3rd time. They said, I have a document to serve. I said, document? I said, well, they'll come in the day. Come Sunday morning, Saturday night, into Sunday morning. I said, let them come when they clean out on Sunday morning, they come. I was December. Can't remember the exact year now. I'm talking, so I can't think my brain on that. When we look at the cameras and we saw how these men were armed, and we recognize that they didn't want to come during the day because Sunday came and they didn't come Sunday at all. They never came back to one workplace, as a matter of fact. We recognize these guys came to kill me that night. Yes, police has committed murders in Trinidad. And I'll tell you how the crime was going down. They'll plan to come up to my apartment. Good. And And I made it plain on TV after that. And they will say, excuse me, I want to talk to Watson Duke here. Because it's a big apartment, nice place. And when little children, my children, I have children, a daughter, 2 sons, wife, I mean, when they kick down my door with the submachine guns and the master and that kind of stuff and come inside my place that hour in the morning, they only listen carefully. And they say, I want to talk to Watson Duke. And they pull me in a corner. And all it is, brr, brr, brr. Folks, I done that already, And when they press some firearm into my finger and say, hey, that's yours, I done that already, And they shut it off and shoot one themselves in a bulletproof vest. And they say, Watson Duke firearm at them, and they respond back to fire, and they had to shoot him. My wife and them, when they hear gunshot, they never come inside it. And they pull me out, dead man. But God, when the devil working at 1 a.m. in the morning, God has been around working too. They never came in. And so they have me on trial in a REMA. The state is a matter against the state. Right? They have me on trial for pulling a fire alarm. A case they cannot win either. But I wouldn't go into it. No evidence. But everything that negative is associated with Watson Duke. People has believe. My mother told me something before she died. Many things. One of the things she told me is that Barracuda make it name a sea, but shark get the blame. You never hear that? Barracuda will quicker cut you and bite you than a shark in the sea. Barracuda don't bluff. They don't say they don't investigate, they snap. And the teeth razor sharp and they gone and the mouth wide. They say Barracuda make it name, but shark get the blame. So whoever put on the fire alarm, whoever the case may be, they say it's Watson Duke. And they have me in court on that. But that's not all. I'll worry them went and they amend the law. So now, for putting a fire alarm, I don't know if it's 50,000 or 500,000 I pay, and jail. So you know what? They're really kind of desirous of charging me and them things. So the same thing that went on with Jennifer Baptiste, the same thing going on right now with Rowley. He's now acting the role. As a matter of fact, she's part of his camp. The state which he represents has several charges against me. Several charges against me. Some in Tobago, some in Trinidad. So they're trying to make me into a criminal. The same thing. Because he knows something that I know also. He knows that I, on the 10th, will have the deciding vote. He knows that PDP will have the deciding vote. And when I use the word I really mean a plural thing, the PDP, all right? But I was giving some personal testimonies as I just in a reflective mode this morning, using the radio to let you know this thing's serious. So when he jumped out of his skin and he said, if all you vote for Watson Duke, I will not forgive all you. He's serious. Because sometimes when a man take a next man girl, he doesn't forgive the girl. I'm talking street talk here. Sometimes when a next man take a next... sometimes when a man take a man girl from him, he doesn't forgive the girl. Remember, Rowley's not saying he wouldn't forgive me, Alright? It's like when a man have a girl and living with the girl, regardless how bad he's treating this girl, he could be abusing this girl, not buying clothes for this girl, treating this girl real bad. And so long as the next sweet man come, he may not be in a position to maintain the woman, as Greg Isaac say, I'm not in a position to maintain you. But he could take care of the woman, and the woman leave the aggressive lover for the sweet man who loves her more, because love draws people. The man will say, I'm not forgiving you, girl. But is there something to forgive? She happier now. She don't want your forgiveness. After the 10th of August 2020, Tobago will be happier. And the same thing Jennifer Baptiste tried behind me for 2 years. Watch this. Rowley has tried behind me. And when I say Rowley, I mean the state has tried behind me for a few years too, to destroy my name and pull me out of the race. The latest I hear from several quarters in Trinidad and Tobago is that they plan to lock up Watson Duke on a charge. And I'm hearing it and I'm getting worried. Not afraid, but I'm getting worried that they're talking this thing from all about the place, from the marriage and the parish. Everybody beats them and say, hey, they're planning to lock you up, boy. They don't have a woman sit up already to come and say so, to set you up. I don't want to be graphic this morning. I just want to be straight. I say, Rowley, be careful and know what you're doing, please. At least you fly in the face of God and you get struck down. All right? I just leave vengeance to God. He said, vengeance is mine, saith God. I'll leave it to God, Rowley. And watch and see how bitter your end will be. Because you think you're fighting against man, God said, I will fight for you. I, God, will fight for you. The Egyptians you see today, you will see them no more. For God will take care of Pharaoh and his chariots. Take care of Rowley and his people. You coming on my turf to fight against me in Tobago East, we promise you destruction. It will be the end of your political career, Rowley, because your people will laugh at you. They will joke at you, because winning Tobago East is not just the East. It's against the political leader who lives in the East, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. We will be defeating him on his home ground. Even though he's not running, he still lives there, and he should have influence there, but he will be destroyed. It is against the Tobago political leader of the PNM, Tracy Davis Celestine, who's also from the East. When you give me that vote for Tobago East, you'll be saying to me that forget Rowley, forget Miss Davis Celestine, forget them. And he said, forget Anna Webster Roy. Yes, they said they're clean and they're pretty. They said they're good and they're noble and they don't get into trouble, but we are supporting you. Why? Like Gregory Isaac said, I'm not in a position to maintain you. I'm not. But the love is what Tobago is responding to. Because when there was no boat, when they gave us a dirty stinking tug to put your goods on, when the economy was crashing, it was we who said, we're tired of talking, they're not taking us on. It is we who said that we are going to swim, put our lives on the line for you, Tobago. We have demonstrated our love for you. I've constantly fought for you. And so I've given you two parallels this morning. One with Joseph, who was in prison, and he moved from prison to the palace, mirroring how I will move, right? Not in prison, but with charge. I'll move from the charge to being in charge on the 10th. And I give you another one. In spite of how they rile up against me and the many charges they put against me, they will not stand. As with Jennifer Baptiste Primus, I will come out victorious. I am happy about that. Tobago will be free, because it has been 40 years since we have not made one law in the House of Assembly. 40 years. We have not made one single law. 40 years the people of Tobago has been without governance. 40 years. But we had people in charge, but no governance. No governance. Trinidad are making all the laws for us. Trinidad decided to put VAT on 7,000 items that had no VAT. Trinidad decided not paying any worker. For how much years? And we can't pay a single worker across here. Every money they send to Tobago goes back to Trinidad. All the 3 billion, how much billions they send? Because we produce nothing here. We are a consumer society. Just like when they freed the slaves in 1834 the slaves had nothing for which they could get paid. And so they tried bartering. But eventually, there's some things that require money. And they had to go back by the same master and sell their labor in order to get money. So they weren't really free. Tobago, all the money they're giving Tobago is not really ours. It goes back to Trinidad. It's like a mother who gives her child $10. So look, me give plenty money. But the only place the child could spend the $10 is in the mother parlor. So tell me, did the mother really lose anything? The answer is no. People of Tobago, I'm appealing to you. People of wider world, Norway, you are listening. Yes, England, you are listening. Germany, America, Guyana, I know you all are listening today. People, this election real. This is not just about loud noise and beating drum and playing exciting music. This is spiritual. If we miss this 40 years past and we do not change the PNM as our administrators, we will be in trouble. Mark my words. I've prophesied on many things and they came to pass. Many things I've prophesied about. When I told Tobago that they're going to take back the super fast Galaxia and give them a badge to tote the goods, Rohan Snelan said that's lie, that's nonsense, not truth. Rohan said not truth, not truth. But I live to see the day when they took back the super fast Galaxia and Tobago goods were being transported on a barge. Yeah? When I said they were bringing the sunflower was coming. When I said they was bringing this halter back boat called the Galleon's Passage, Gilligan Passage, it came. I declared them. When I said Corona coming here, Corona came. It showed up. When I spoke of quarantine, saying I'm staying home, my children will not be going to university and school, they closed the university and the school. The first things they closed was that. Folks, this election is a spiritual one. Tobago, I'm appealing to you. Do not let this season pass without you putting the PDP in power. I urge you, I beg you, I entreat you, I implore, I'm using words this morning, you to please vote for Tashia Grace Boris, our candidate for Tobago West. Please give her the vote. Why? She's genuine and she loves people. She has her head screwed on her shoulder. Please give her the vote. And please support Watson Solomon Duke. Listen to this, Junior. Take that tune from me, top for me, better man. And then we take some calls. 717-9591. We're going for some music here right now.
Some man both fix PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote the for far too long. Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. No avail. Election games. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way. It's 2020. What's them do? Tashia Boris. Flush away PNM in the toilet. All they want for far too long. Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. It's for far too long. Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey! East and West,
Yes.
please listen to me.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I want to know the process. I need some clarification. When they are doing the private vote, who on the opposition end can supervise to ensure that one person doesn't vote 5 times?
Okay, very good question. If I can hear good way? 1 very good idea. All right, very good question.
Can I ask
Yeah.
the next question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you look at the senior citizen home, we know that they are the worshippers of Dr. S. Williams. Yes, he did his good. I am not going to disrespect his good at all. But born, bred, born to their PLN. When they are voting in the senior citizen home, who are there to supervise that people are not voting more than one and that they are there? Because I remember in the 2013 Tobago House of Assembly election, votes were brought from Trinidad by one of the leading personnel in the PNM, and the box was just emptied and people counted and they won landslide 12-0. Even when they got in the PHA, they couldn't do nothing because they went from the elbow. So I want to know, in this election and all the other elections, that strict supervision is taking place. There's observation, not just people outside, because to me, bringing people from outside has its good perhaps, but people who know the trail, the trick, and the track. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important questions. How can we prevent the PNM from stealing the elections? That's the basic question she's asking. And election process are generally difficult to steal because it takes place as this. Everyone who is contesting has a right to have persons inside the election, the area where elections is conducted, so as to ensure the vote is taking place. So they will begin by showing you the box where the votes are going in as empty, and they lock it. And every person who comes in will have a number. They will give their number, and you have a paper, you cross that out. The person, whether the person is infirmed or not, they go to the back, a private booth. If they're a senior person or someone who's a little bit infirm, they go to the back and someone go to vote with them. The person ought not to vote for them, but generally, the person vote for them sometimes. It's not the correct thing. The person ought to allow the person, be it infirmed or not, to vote for him or herself. However, it's one single ballot paper they bring back. And they ought to fold that ballot paper, all right, and in a particular way. And that ballot paper is inspected by the presiding officer. I think that's I'm not sure if it's presiding officer, they call him still, right? Or the election officer. And then it goes into a box. The inspection of that paper is very important. But more than that, they will also number the amount of voters. So if you have 100 persons voting in a polling station or 500 persons voting in a polling station, then there could only be 500 ballots in that box. If there's 501, then that is something that should be discarded in a whole. The election should be taken over in that particular area. So you have to be very careful that while you are counting it, you are observing the amount of things that are going down inside. And no one should ever turn their back on the boxes because they could drop things inside the box and say, well, using this to that. So the count is very important. How many persons came to vote? And those who actually voted, yeah, by crossing off their number by which they vote. So if you have to check those votes over and over again by opening them up and see who numbered vote and which one should not have been there, you would be able to do that if it comes down to that. But it's very difficult to steal an election except there's skullduggery insofar as they take off the lights and switch the boxes. But you can call for an inspection of the votes. And if we feel that there is something afoot, we will call for an inspection of the ballot boxes. And you can ask for that. And inspect, we count. We will actually go over every single vote because we will have to open up the box and say this for that. And if needs be, we may even say, look, we want to see the number. So we could check that. So I hope I answer your question. And it could get more thorough based on the mandate of the court, etc. But it's difficult to steal an election except we're not paying attention. That's why it's important for us to pay attention, that they don't switch boxes or they don't take votes that they claim to be special votes that no one saw. They use all those votes and they vote for people who actually didn't show up, that they take somebody's card and vote for them and all that type of madness. Someone could be in America this time trying to come down, as I'm saying. I think it's Jason Edwards saying he's in Maryland. He should come down and vote. If he has a vote down here, someone may say, Jason, I'm going to vote for you, boy. And they go to an ID and say, look, Jason Edwards, and because the person may be a PNM sympathizer, and say, go and vote, boy. And same person voting twice, but voting for different people in different polling booths, etc. So we need to be very careful of that. But once you pay attention, it's very difficult not to vote. So inspect the voting card. The voting card, come and inspect the card first of all, ensure it matches with your list, and inspect the ID card. It's also very important to inspect the ID card. And when they drop it back in the box, you also inspect that also and ensure you keep your eyes on the box all the time, even when they are transporting it from one place to the next. Keep your eyes on the box. So we're taking a few more calls here. Before we go, what time it is now? 10 more minutes. Tobago crying out.
The oppressor, the slave master, what a disaster.
717-9591. 717-9591. In the meantime, let me touch base with my Facebook people.
East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020.
So we have Loretta McLean is saying we have to keep our eyes on every little move, yes? Devon Marshall is saying Tobago, make sure and put this man in office. PNM and UNC does nothing for us. All right, we have Aldit Kawan saying that is right, and your agents have the authority to ask questions. That's right, and they should have a book. Every agent should have their own book to write down anything untoward in their book and time it. We have Ishmael Ramjohn saying, don't make a mistake to promote PNM ads again. Never happen again here. Kamala Singh saying, I am Trinidadian, but I'm done with PNM. We have Jason Edwards saying, I live in Maryland. If there was a way for me to cast a mail-in vote, Watson is getting my vote 100%. Let's go to the lines. Yes, good morning.
Watson?
Yes, morning.
I heard you last night and you're a hot boy. You keep going as you do as you're going. You're on the right track. You're destabilizing them. And I heard Miss Boris this morning, and she reminds me of a young Pamela Nicholson. You understand?
Thank you.
The West is excellent, and she's going to give Shamfa a run for her money. Okay? With respect to the elections, you have to have a discussion with the Election and Boundaries Commission as to what sort of plans they have in place for security of the special electors ballot box. You see that box? You all have to have the discussions with them and see what could be done to safeguard those boxes, because there have been instances when elections are won from a special electors box. All right?
Thank you so much. That's how they won Goodwood, with the special electors box. There are tricks on that, so we have to really pay attention to that. All right?
You discuss with the leader of the opposition as to what you all could put in place as opponents to the PNM with that special electors box.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for such informative commentary.
2020, Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away PNM in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and never. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail.
Yeah, we have We have Dean Singh saying, good luck from Florida. Bless up to Florida, man. You know? Kamasa, Douglas Daniel. Don't let them distract you. Keep doing what you do for the people. PDP is always a pleasure hearing from you, Kamasa. Fazia Mohammed saying, good morning, Mr. Duke. Blessings to you. Keep doing a great job. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for all that.
PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster.
We have Anne-Marie Ahmad saying, I'm a trainer living in New York, but I'm praying for you to win in Tobago. Thank you so much. Alan John saying, he was a boss with Dr. Real last night. I want to bless up Dr. Real wherever you are now, you know. Blessed love to you, Dr. Real, man. To every talk show host who's trying to represent justice and represent the poor man's cry out there. Lolita is saying, on every person outdoor have to check the voter's ID. Each person turn up and make sure that person's name is on the voters list. This election, folks, is about 3 weeks away, and we must come out in our numbers. Make sure you have your mask, get all your face masks, get a rag, get something, put on your face as a mask, because on that day we are going to reclaim our land in Tobago. We must own our land again. Just imagine the Prime Minister buys a boat for Trinidad, buys a boat and put it under the Port of Spain Port Authority, gives it a Tobago name and say buy 2 new boats for Tobago. Is it for Tobago? If it is for Tobago, do we have control over the boat? Did we, or were we involved in the inspection? Were we involved in the specifications rather? Come on. I wanted to get my ID card renewed or replaced, and it has to go to Trinidad. Imagine that I made the application here and it had to go to Trinidad, folks. This is what we're dealing with. Tabitha Woods is saying, born and grew Roxborough, and I know for a fact you're a man for the job. That seat is yours. Thank you so much. Franklin Reprise say, Martin Duke, you're a good man. Celestine Sober say, we one love. We have to do it. We have to do it. Cadell George. Rowlett trying to lock you away for this election, but he can't win the fight. He cannot win the fight. Natasha Barbaris, PDP all the way. And let me just educate the public out there. Once my nomination papers are in, all right, then I will appear on the ballot. And if you vote for me and I win the election, there's nothing they can do to stop me from occupying the office. All right? Simply because the only person who could prevent you from running an election is the EBC. They are the authority and they ought to be independent. When they check your application to run and they check it against whether you're bankrupt, whether you're a certified madman or you're mentally infirm that you cannot conduct the business of representing people, or you are convicted and you're serving a current jail term of 6 months or more, when they look at that, if you do not fall in any of those categories, then you are allowed to run, providing that your form is properly made up and you have all the relevant signatures, etc. Then you can run. Once you get past that, the next time you see the name Watson Duke, it will be on nomination day, on election day. Yeah. So I don't know what they're coming with. But Raul, your plan is exposed, and the people of Tobago, they are looking at you. The people of Trinidad is looking at you. The wider world is looking at you. We have from Miami, from Brooklyn, from all about the place, Europe, South America, they are looking at you. Vanessa Daniel is saying, I always go to Roxborough Harvest every year. It's the best, man. One of the things we want to do is to bring back harvest in a real powerful way. That ensure we must give people harvest grant. Harvest is our culture. It's a tradition that is dying out now because persons don't have the money to entertain friends. But it used to be a very big thing long time where you could go to anybody's house in Tobago and just sit down and eat and drink, and they treat you with respect as if you are a friend. Darren, North Carolina, have your back, originally from Signal Hill, man, North Carolina. Blessed love. Wonder what time it is now in North Carolina, Darren. What time it is now? Huh? Tell me what time it is now if you're hearing this. It's now 11:58. We have just about 2 more minutes here. And I'm going to take one more call before we slide out at 12 noon, all right? I got to hit the streets. I gotta meet my people in the streets and hear what they say. So let's take some PDP song here. Or one more. Last call is coming in. The last call. Let's go to this call. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Yes, hold on. Yes, this is the program.
Yes, sir, you're on the program.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, listen, I just wanted to say what our ground game. We have to really step up our ground game. The community walkabout and meeting the people and so on. We need to step that up a little bit. Don't take nothing for granted at all. Yeah?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for that comment. And that's come from a seasoned person there. All right, so we take no more calls for now. So I want us to read a few more things. Darren said at the same time as in North Carolina, Rishma Maharaj say, get some honey and keep the voice going. Gil, I'll be talking whole. If I don't leave here, I'll talk until the night coming. Because when people see me, they're talking to me and I can't tell them truth. All right, make sure you're in your works indoors at the poll station on time. Make sure the box is empty. That's right. Wesley Starboy Providence saying, Brother Duke, I really wish you could have run for all of Trinidad and Tobago. Peterman and UNC cannot do the job. Thank you for the faith reposing me. Mofo Mehu Waldron, I am in PA. Take the field. I'm not sure what PA is. I don't want to say what the acronym is, but I know you shouldn't correct that. Lovely Lords, they can't keep a good man down. Lolita, blessed. God bless you, you're winning. And so we leave it here for today, my people, with PDP, a song that was sung by one of our more renowned singers, Gideon Tears King. All right, Gideon King, if you're listening, hear the tune, man.
Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For PDP forever and ever. We'll never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson, Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, pen them in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. Too much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix.
Right now we are say Watson D for the East, Tasha B for the West.
Straight out in a star.
Yo, this I no joke. Vote. This I no joke. Vote.
You see right now.
This I no joke. Say we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. Full time we try feed you, Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. Kick out, pressure pot rolling. 5 years no worry session. Tell me with the L pressure pot roll it the pan. Him not give it with the right, but him a take it with the left. And tell me with the LTH he do it 2.2 billion. And the people in Tobago pure sufferation. And the worst government me ever see govern. Raging bull with no direction. All me a see a just bad intention. And me na talk no lie, me a speak the truth. From Kelvin Charles signing them the pan you. Now I walk up and the youth and him a try get the youth. They would like them a just blow.
Then I'm goodbye, bye. Tell them write the concession speech. write the concession speech. Goodbye, BNM, goodbye. Bye, 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 bye. BNM, PDP return to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. BNM, your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM, your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next stage executive. Now come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black kerchief. Shorty go provide the food and drinks. Dr. Mel gone with some crab and dumpling. Don't be shy, tell me why you drinking. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM, your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote.
100% Tobago DJs, 100% Tobago announcers, 100% urban, and home of local artists. Your favorite DJ is on the street. Is on the street.
DJ Bravo. It's a bad situation. It's a sad situation. It's a bad situation. Now the world need a helping hand. All over the world, the whole place shut down. Airport, everything locked down. No fans can come in at the stadium. Pandemic done, can't see the whole fun. One time they sent Ebola. Now they come love around the world. We not giving up. Corona, lose.
Swapatan with another one. For the girl them dance and track 7. If it's your girl, oh the girl good in her shade. Oh she bubble low and spin. Oh she wine low and bend. She push back and say na 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 na. She bend back and say na 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 na. She peel back and say na 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 na. She tick tock like na 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 na. Hey girl, come go and do your thing. Me loving how you putting it all over the thing. In an instant, girl, you make your body swing. National girl, like you look at the hill with a whining skill, girl, take it to the end. Girl, I rate you, how you bend, belly bend. Pop champagne, go how your money spent. Then you step with a new man position again. The way that you whining, girl, properly, girl, you na na man. You making no back now, girl, you abnormal. The way that you whining, girl, properly, girl, you na na man. You making no back now, girl, you abnormal.
Properly, 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 properly.
Girl, come flip it up. Incoming, girl, mash it up. When back it up, we go give you a 10, then drop it in a split, then pick it up again like na 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 na. You bend down like na 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 na. You push back like na 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 na. You tick tock like na 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 na.
Hey girl, you are the best in our life. Ever since Kiss Brother make nice lies. Girl, you alone I'm gonna make my choice. Special request people I make noise. And girl, at the end of the night, who don't like that, that's alright. The skin tone tight and a ticky like night. Jesus Christ, do it and make me feel nice.
The way that you whining, girl,
properly,
girl, you na na man. You're making a back now, girl, you abnormal. The way that you whining, girl,
properly,
girl, you na na man. You're making a back now, girl, you abnormal.
properly, 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 properly,
Some for me now. In a slow motion, show them you're not normal. Turn round and roll that. Tam for me now. Show them your motion. The way that you're whining, girl, you're not normal. You're making a back now, girl, you're abnormal. The way that you're whining, girl, you're not normal. You're making a back now, girl, you're abnormal.
properly, 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 properly,
Girl, you bad, girl, you bumbo back. Wine up there, on my stand, girl, you want go up. Girl, I want you go down there, bumbo back. Wine up there, girl, you sound so aftermath.
Amigo. Yo, V-Man, S-Man, Hilltop, Dog, man, dog.
See, Joe, everybody done it. Frost, everybody done it. Monsters out, ready up. Yeah, we living like the narcos. Cause we're real Melandro. Jerry hot gal and want to have clothes. Cause we're real Melandros. Big like mangoes. Cause we're real Melandros. Think I should try shirt for the narcos. Come now, but we're real Melandros. New generation touchdown. Yeah. Tell a boy nothing. BIL, MIL, NIL fully locked down. Violate a hero sound. With my dad them, top it and mad them and the problem they solve them. Cause you don't know the lion and lion is them torment. We evil, Geneva. Whoa, cause in a man like we, and in a bad like we. BILAG, don't take this lightly. I've run out. Real militantly, boy, job instantly. News report, uncle said him dead in front. Watch it. Minutes from infancy. Real intelligent to make me get fully done. See. Whoa, yeah, we living like this now. Yeah, but we're real Melandro. We hot gal and man take off the man take off. But we're real Melandro. Big like mango. But we're real Melandro. Think I should try shirt for the narcos. Yeah, but we're real Melandro. Listen, yeah, we make loud moves silently. Though we anyway the sirens of the violence be. Money and the vibes plenty. With the thugs we left the pan real empty. Barry on a hit scene, rise up the let's see then they mash up your windscreen. Love and real bad call with a mixed breed. Just call with a mixed breed. Whoa, get in a man
me, and then a bad like we. B-I-L-A-G, don't take this lightly. Have a run out, real militantly. Boy, job instantly. Music boat uncle set him dead in front. Real men is swimming fancy. Real intelligence, they make me get fully done see. Yeah, we living like the narcos. But we're real Malandros. Every hot girl and want to have flow. Real Malandros. But we're real Malandros. Big like mangoes. But we're real Malandros. Think I drove right shirt from the North Coast. But we're real Malandros. But we're real Malandros. But we're real Malandros.
Hey, I'm Natasha out of Lambo, and whether I am at home or at work, I love tuning in.
Office. This is a Fit Office, Street 91.9 FM.
Me in a reggae party, me de in a the corner. Me have a drink in a me left and a me right and have a. And when the bassline jumping on the rhythm, I feel wind up and a dance. Me just a wine to the rhythm and later you know what coming after. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way. All I wanna do every day is drink and love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming up, so get ready. Yeah. I got some and a bottle of booze. All I wanna do is smoke, drink and love my girl to some reggae. It's been a long day, me just take 3 connection from California. And when me reach me touchdown, you know it hot like a sauna. And the taxi driver want to talk me here like me no know about choir. So when me reach me yard and me girl can say is what takes so long, yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way. All I wanna do every day is drink and love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming up, so get ready. I got some a bottle of booze. All I wanna do is drink and my girl to some reggae. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way. All I wanna do every day is smoke, drink and love my girl to some reggae. I call
I'm back on my feet again. Soon these tears will all be drying. Soon these eyes will see the sun. Might take time, but I'll see it. When I'm back on my feet again. When I'm back on my feet again, I'll walk proud down the street again, and they'll all look at me again, and they'll see that I'm strong. Oh, gonna hear the children laughing. Gonna hear the voices sing. Won't be long till I hear it. When I'm back on my feet again. Oh, gonna feel the sweet light of heaven shining down. This light on me, one sweet day, I will feel it. When I'm back on my feet again. When I'm back on my feet again, I'll walk proud down the street again, and they'll all look at me again, and they'll see that I'm strong.
And I can't even pick myself up.